Today we're going to cover just random things and show up and hope people watch. Podcasting is the same. If you want to be successful, you have to know what you're talking about and put a long-term plan together and set the expectations that you're not going to have Joe Rogan's listenership on day one.
You mean we're not just talking? We're not just talking to a camera? It's an
I
art?
can't get my bros to just hang out around the kitchen
They'll
table.
give you reviews, but that's about it.
It won't happen.
Yeah, so after I ran for office, I was like, what do I do now? And I initially thought, and I actually started this, I was writing a book about how to run as a very grassroots candidate. Like, my campaign, the money I raised was $51 at a time. Like, that was my funny little shtick. Like, give me $51 for House District 51, and that's how I had a campaign. But then as I connected with my co-host, Nicole Abshire, she had written a book, so I was like, how do I do this? She's like, well, you need to build an audience. I'm like, well, how do we build an audience? And I was like, let's just launch a podcast and then we'll build our audience. And it actually ended up being better because we realized before we can tell people to run, we have to tell them what's actually going on behind the scenes. Like, why is our state this way? There's a reason. There's political choices that create the way the roads are, the water we drink. Like, someone's deciding that. So we help people understand it. And podcasting is great because you build trust and people get to know you. And nowadays it's just hard to understand who can I trust. So we try to establish that rapport and listen to our listeners and find them that way. So it's perfect, I think, for what we're doing.
Good.
I like to think about podcasting in terms of holistic content strategy. And I think a lot of times when people podcast, it's something that goes neglected. It's like the barrier to entry now is like really... the barrier to entry now is really easy. You know, there's so many tools out there that make it easy to sit down, record, but then what happens after? So I like to think about and like to help organizations think about where does this fit in with everything else? It shouldn't live on its own island. How can, your show notes complement your sales process? How can the content become, to your point, a book or some kind of thought leadership product that helps you connect in a deeper way with the people that you're trying to reach?
Nice, thank you. Anybody here? Podcasting, branding? Yes, come on up. Or you can sit there if it's more comfortable.
Hi, everyone. So we own a marketing agency for early-stage VC-backed startups. So they've just raised $1 to $5 million. Most of our clients want to start a podcast. We advise because the priorities of founders are in a million different places, and we want them to grow sustainably. I know my T-shirt says that. What would you advise?
Great question. Don't start a podcast, start a podcast. I mean, I think it depends, but I would love to hear from you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to start with that. I think there's a lot of questions. I think it's good to be cautious about it. So how do you have product market fit? That would be my first question. If you do, then yes. I think actually a podcast can be a great way for the So the other thing that I like about podcasts is that it's a lot easier for the top executives, your founders, to talk than to write. Some people like to write, but is that the best use of their time? And so I would think about how do you get across that, the startup story, maybe the origin story, even before you have product market fit, and there might be a use case for that. So I think start with that question of, how far are we in the journey? Do we know who we're really trying to reach? Have we validated that in other ways? And then maybe a podcast could be a good way to, center your content strategy.
Yeah, and I would say don't podcast just a podcast. Like, this is why I love what Ever's doing with Outlier, because I went to Outlier in May and I launched my podcast in August, and I learned all the things to do and not to do. And a big thing I learned about was pod fade, how so many people start and they're like, yeah, I'm going to be the best podcaster. And then it's like 2 episodes, 5 episodes, 10. They're like, this isn't fun anymore. It's a lot of work. And they're like, no one's listening anyway. So it vanishes overnight. So many podcasts do that. So if you're going to do it, maybe think about the outline of your show. Maybe it's just a little series, like a 10-episode series, and we're going to talk about this, 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 and this. But you have to have some sort of idea behind it before you turn the microphone on. But I still think they should do it because I love to learn through podcasts. So if they can have valuable content, bring it on. I'll listen.
Oh boy, I'm probably not going to be popular, but I always tell folks not to just jump into podcasting, because there's so much that goes into it that makes it good. Because yes, you could go record in your closet. That's great. And your 5 relatives can give you reviews. But you need to have a call to action. You need to have a story and be different, because there's a bazillion podcasts. And please don't be like everyone else who says we're the top 1% podcast and our
Everybody is.
five subcategories down, and that somehow makes me popular. It's not, and you need to set realistic expectations, like everyone on this panel is saying. And I just can't say that enough for folks. Is like sit there and go, do I have time to get through 5 episodes? Can I do 15? Do I have time a day? And then set the expectation that one person might listen, and they might not be your audience. And that's something that everybody with podcasting, you need to set that. You're not, like I said earlier, you're not going to be Joe Rogan, Gary Vee to start. You're not getting that. You're not jumping to the top to be really the top podcast out there. You could be a sub one, but you just have to set your expectations and don't automatically jump in. Again, research. That's the most important thing, because if it's flooded, you're just going to speak into that random box of just the echo chamber of everybody else.
Okay, I kind of want to jump to a different perspective. Maybe I don't have the professional skills in this, but I come from a sort of different side, which is I was viral before I had a podcast. I was on TV before the podcast, and for me, and for a lot of people, whether you're in sales or you're a public figure or something like that. Podcasting, what I love about it is you can connect with a smaller audience with a higher percentage of turnaround or a higher percentage of interaction. So I will have a video with 13 million views and people will not buy a product from me. People will not stream the music in the same way that the 100 podcast listeners or the 1,000 podcast listeners will interact. They send gifts. They buy things that you tell them to buy. I mean, it's a way different tool. And so for me, I would consider myself one of those people who sort of jumped in, although I've been in the public eye. I didn't know much about podcasting, but I do know how to sell a product, or I do know how to recruit people. And so it's a different tool for me. It's something I use in a different way than TikTok or music or performing. So I would say, tell them to do it. 100 people might buy something. 100 people might interact with you. You might reach an audience you can't reach otherwise.
Good. And these guys are going to be here afterwards as well. Pick their brains, right? They would love to talk about podcasting.
Hello. So I run a boutique entertainment tech law firm. We represent a lot of podcasters. We've never made our own podcasts. And my partner is really pushing us to have our own podcast, and I've been resistant. So I have 2 questions. If you wanted to start, what platform should you promote your podcast on? We've been looking at a bunch. We don't really know which one is the best one to kind of gain your audience. And the other thing for me is a lot of the podcasts that I like to watch, I see the people on screen as well. So would you recommend something that's just audio-based, something that has video as well? You get to know the person, you get to see their face. What would you recommend?
I think it's a combination, right? First, you have to figure out who your audience is. Are they going to be listening while they're working out? Audio. Are they going to be behind their screen? Right, all that stuff. All of these got to answer here in just a sec. But it's just going to depend on who you want to listen, right? So figure that out. I'm assuming you already have some information about who you want your audience to be, or who do you think that's you're going to create content for. When it comes to the platform, go wherever they are. Are they going to be kids on TikTok? Right? Do all that stuff there. Are they going to be YouTubers? Are they going to be anything else? So figure that out, because it's not a one thing fits all type of approach. It's just going to depend on what your goals are. But I'll let these guys jump in as well.
Happy to start. So I think all very relevant things that Ever said. The other thing I'd say is this to bring new people in? Is it to drive awareness? Like, what's the goal? And I, especially in your case, would think about, like, how do you integrate it within your marketing strategy? I think audience is one thing to consider. You want to make sure those downloads are ticking up, but he set the expectations really well. It's really hard to build an audience for a podcast. So I'm thinking about, how are you distributing it? I might think about the first season of the podcast as getting to know you and your co-founder, and then inserting that into your email marketing. So when people learn about you, even if they're not listening to the episode as it comes out, it's highly relevant. They've signed up for your email list. They want to know more about you. And then there's this episode of the podcast where they get a flavor of you, and maybe see the YouTube video as well.
I kind of would appreciate if you had a podcast and you're working with podcasters, because then you know their struggles they're going through. Like, we host with Podetize, and the founder Tracy has a podcast. and she helps bring people onto her show to talk about how to be bingeable. And I really appreciate that because she's like in it with us, understanding. And as a candidate, I would get a little irritated when I would go to trainings and the people training me like never ran. I was like, you don't really know how hard this is. Like, you don't know what it's like calling your friend being like, I need $51, like, please. So yes, or, like, think of the goals, but also I think that unique experience you'll get is really valuable.
Last question from the audience. Yes, Larry.
When it comes to branding, there's a lot of times there's confusion because on the podcast you have the podcast brand. A lot of people are using podcasts for their business. So you have your business brand, and then you also have a personal brand. So how do you differentiate between those three types or levels of branding within a podcast?
Great question.
I'll go. I'll go first. That's a great question. I do want to answer the real fast, kind of do it too for when you're talking about doing video or not doing video. I'll be the TV person and tell you always do video. It looks better and actually helps. If you're working with a media agency or a PR rep, publicist, seeing you on TV or seeing you on a podcast helps us pitch producers and show you what you look like and that you can talk on camera. When you're just audio, it doesn't give you, can you look at the camera? Do you make eye contact? Do you do weird things? So don't do that, but always do video when you can. You've seen some of the top podcasts out there now. And second, when it comes to differentiating branding from a personal side and a brand side, that's when you put the CEO of a company on a podcast and they get to go represent and do their own talk and they build their personal brand off of that. They represent the company. Then you can have other people go do that, but you always separate the two. If that makes sense. I'm trying to make sense here, but that's what you do is you separate the two by having the leadership team always get the executive buy-in, but make sure to go off everyone's point here. They're listening to podcasts and understand. Because if you don't listen to podcasts, true story, I've had people go, we need to get on this person's show. And they're great. And do you think they'll talk about XYZ? And literally the top topic was something that this person does on their show all the time. And they're like, do you think they mind? So actually, it showed they had no idea what they're talking about, so you have to walk them through.
Love it. Anybody else on personal branding? No. Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. So, did this turn into a podcast, or do you need more? Do you need more time?
No.
You all right? Off the stage, literally. Go. Do one more. Go. Go for it.
Yeah, we're good.
All right. Sounds good.
Thank you very much. We're here.
So, if you guys want to grab a seat, or
You turn yours on?
so here we go with our 11:25 panel. Investors pour into women VC funds, even as markets cool. The markets have cooled a touch, quite literally yesterday. I don't think a lot of startups are going to be making payroll, which should be interesting. You guys can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah.
But on the stage, I have Lakeisha Greenwade, Danielle Falls, and Jacqueline Brennan. And I'll have you guys introduce yourselves and go to it. All right?
Thank you so much. Really excited to be sitting down today with Danielle and Lakeisha. And I would love if you wanted to just each give a little bit of background about yourselves. Let's start with Danielle.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Danielle Falls. I am a partner at First Gen Law. We are based in New York, Miami, DC, LA, Mexico City, and we are also running First Gen Advisors. So in addition to our law firm, we also run consulting and advisement for a lot of early stage startups.
And Lakeisha?
Outstanding. I'm Lakeisha Greenwade, CEO and founder of Wearable Tech Ventures. We're a global wearable tech ecosystem where we develop and promote wearable technology. We're supporting 100 startups led by underrepresented founders by 2030. And I'm also a partner with Gravy Wealth, where we have a high caliber syndicate of investors that work with us for our startups.
Two powerhouses. And this is what I love to do. So Jacqueline Brennan, I go by Jax, and I'm the founder and CEO of Feely, which stands for Tribe. We do education, resources, and provide funding opportunities for early stage founders. So now we always talk about female founders and the lack of access to capital, the lack of representation, the lack of access. We know the statistics, 2% of venture funding going to women, less than 1% to women of color. But not often do we talk about the positive statistics, that companies with female founders exit 1 year faster on average, that when VCs invest in women, they're always getting a higher return, right? So now I want to talk about women-led VCs and what challenges do women-led VCs face in fundraising and finding viable investment opportunities. So what kind of trends are you seeing in the market right now, Lakeisha?
Well, currently, specifically, there's a HBCU pipeline to develop VC candidates and also VC managers. Although I did not attend an HBCU, I think it's the perfect time to identify candidates now to make sure that we're filling those gaps and to make sure that we have people that understand founders that are presenting solutions to problems that we face every day. And that's important because you want to make sure that someone that is in that VC chair has an understanding and has some sort of empathy. And that's what's been lacking up until today, if people just don't understand. And so that's why you're seeing a huge takeoff, especially in the beauty tech market, especially with a lot of ethnic particular products. Now coming from the wearable side, I am one of the few global wearable tech experts, especially for the small business side. And my journey was really unique in that I didn't start off with tech. I didn't have a background in tech. I had an economics background, had a phenomenal corporate career, was a business professor, and still had challenges getting funding. But wearable founders reach out to me from all over the world because, number one, I understand the market. And so it's incredibly important now, especially being a woman of color and having gone through the journey, understanding what our startup founders are experiencing, where I can develop new pathways and attract corporate partners like we have with Boeing and Under Armour and Qualcomm to make sure that the pipeline of talent and the pipeline of products that they're adopting are representative of the people that they're going to be serving.
Wonderful. And Danielle, tell us what trends you're seeing right now.
Yeah, so, I think in addition to everything that we were just talking about, I do think that COVID, while it had a lot of negatives, had a lot of positives for women, especially women founders who are starting to fundraise, right? I think, getting everyone online and getting everyone to start to reach out to virtual founders and to, people that they wouldn't ordinarily meet in person, right? Who wouldn't run in their circles, who they wouldn't go out to drinks with, with the same old 10 people over and over and over again, really forced people to start looking outside the box. And I started to see a really great trend where unknown female founders, right, were starting to get outreach and positive outreach from VC groups. They were starting to get, outreach from individual angel investors and syndicates in ways that had never happened before. So I think, while COVID was challenging and continues to be challenging for a lot of us, I think that was a huge positive that came out of it.
Absolutely. Now, I want to call out the elephant in the room. We all know what happened yesterday with SVB. It actually personally affected me as well, and I'm sure a lot of people sitting here today and listening in. So, what do we think is going to happen over the next few weeks in terms of venture and then in terms of how this catastrophe is going to affect startup founders in the tech space?
Well, I could tell you who's at most risk, and that's especially Black VC ecosystems as well as Black founders, because when you look at the access to capital and then trying to prove success stories and then the capital is gone, there's a tremendous danger area there. However, one of the things that we've been preparing for at Wearable Tech Ventures, in addition to our other partners, is identifying alternative pathways to funding. And so we've been doing that with partners such as DoD and NIH, as well as some of our other investors in our investment syndicate, to prepare for this, because we knew with the recession that nobody wanted to talk about. We knew there was going to be a fallout. We just didn't know how bad it was going to be. And this is a time for us as a community to make sure that we're supporting one another and to go back to that 3Fs model. Family and friends really are going to have to stick in there and help these startups identify, do they want to sell, or what can they do to make sure that they can hold on until the market returns to a favorable position?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think, as tragic that this was for a lot of founders and a lot of funds and a lot of employees at SVB in general, I think we're going to see, a lot of sort of phoenix rising from the ashes coming out of this, right? And so, I'm excited to see all of the startups and the founders, particularly female founders, that make it out, right? And who have to get creative and who have to come up with solutions that maybe they weren't ready for. And I think it's a challenge, but I think part of being, a female founder or female, fund owner or fund manager is dealing with those challenges. And I think, unfortunately, this is going to be a really interesting test for a lot of people.
Absolutely. And on that note, question for you. How can investors and venture capitalists ensure that diversity and inclusion are prioritized in their investment strategies, and what steps can we take?
Well, they need to be transparent about who they're investing in, and then also who are the investors that they're allowing to come to the table. And that's been one of the tremendous challenges over the years. People say, oh yeah, VC angels, but who has access? And that's one of the reasons why we built Wearable Tech Ventures, is to demystify that process and to create a table where everyone is welcome. And so we invite everyone to, number one, understand what is this world of wearable technology? Why are most companies going to need a wearable in the future? Why is there this demand, right? But then also get integrated into the process of development with some of our public programming, such as our hackathons that are virtual and in person, but then build relationships with those founders overall. And ultimately, it's relationships and having understanding. And when you can help those two things, then you have people that may have invested in other things, not necessarily startups, that will feel more comfortable about coming into this space to help fuel the pipeline, so that women, especially people of color, have the backing that they need, and so that they don't serve at a deficit.
I love that. Now, Wearable Tech Ventures, talk about the types of checks you're writing. Talk about the founders that you're looking for. What really moves the needle?
Well, we'll be disclosing some of that in July. So I've been telling everybody to hold on to July. Make sure you go to wearabletechventures.org. Okay. And register for our platforms. We've got some big announcements that are about to happen. But also with Gravy Wealth, where I'm a partner, and we established a partnership where they get first look status in addition to some of our corporate partners. We have agreements. As these companies are coming in, they set the established benchmark as to what it is that they're trying to raise. We have a certain investment thesis. So some of that is kept private. But we have been incredibly successful, and I can tell you that even on the syndicate side, we've had deals such as John Legend and Diddy, so we are ready for startups that are led by women and led by people of color, so that we can help them be successful.
Yes, we love to hear that. Now, Danielle, how do you balance advising startups and emerging companies on corporate transactions, compliance, and risk exposure?
It's a loaded question. So, I think going back to, what we were just saying about the types of investors, right? That you are looking to invest when you're really trying to increase outreach, for women, for, minority founders. I think that's something that we really look at, right? Both from a risk and compliance side, but also from an advisement perspective, right? And so, I'm sure no one here was watching, because you all have much more interesting things to do, right? But last week, week in front of Congress, a bunch of VCs went up, right, and talked about actually lowering the accredited investor threshold, right, because I think that's a very, you know, discriminatory and sort of self-fulfilling prophecy in that way, where you're excluding a lot of female investors, female angels, you know, minority angels, and people who want to get involved in that space simply because the law doesn't let them, right? And that's something that we're constantly struggling with when we're trying to advise these companies, and they're like, what do you mean I can't take money from my aunt? What do you mean I can't take money from my grandma and my best friend because they don't meet these arbitrary standards that someone in Washington came up with 60 years ago, right? And I think, you know, that's something that we struggle with daily, and something that we're hoping, you know, and trying to get involved with in that change as well. So I think, you know, sort of on the very top line regulatory front, that's something very real that, you know, a lot of founders that are raising have a hard time coming to terms with, and rightfully so, right? I had a hard time coming to terms with that as a new lawyer who was reading these statutes, you know, and the regulations coming out from the SEC and being like, wait, this doesn't make sense, right? I know a ton of people who can make smart investment decisions, and just because they don't make $250,000 a year, right, and whatever the thresholds are for accredited investors, they're not able to get into this, you know, exclusive club, and that doesn't seem right.
Can you both talk a little bit about syndicates on that note? Like why syndicates are so important, why special purpose vehicles are important, especially when it comes to accreditation and creating that you know, breaking that barrier and making sure people are able to invest?
You know, I just have to start by saying that this panel is timely, and especially with, you know, everything that's been happening in the news from Congress to what we saw yesterday in Silicon Valley. Last week, literally, I hosted a dinner in Baltimore, Maryland, and I co-partnered with that with Get Cities, which is funded by Pivotal Ventures, which is backed by Melinda Gates Foundation. And that dinner was focused on enhancing and increasing funding for female startups. And so we began the ideation of how can we improve this pipeline. We discussed what it means to be an angel, whether that's official angel or unofficial angel, and we developed solutions. So we didn't just sit at a table to continue to talk about the problem, but we're developing solutions that can be modeled around the country, and that started in Baltimore with me. Hey! But anyway, as far as a syndicate, it's incredibly important that you have groups of people that come from similar backgrounds, and of course ours is a high caliber type of investor, so if you're interested, make sure you go to gravywealth.com, sign up for the newsletter. But there are many benefits. So it's almost like a mastermind. You also have community. You get access to deals, and you can even contribute deals that others may not know about. And that's important from that awareness perspective, because too often, historically, deals were kept secret, or you had to know someone to get access to the deal in order to be at the table and obtain generational wealth.
So now we're building our own tables.
We're building.
And shout out to Pivotal Ventures, their
Yeah.
Feely sponsor for South by Southwest this year.
I love it.
Yes.
That's amazing. Pivotal's doing some great stuff. I think, you know, in terms of SPVs in general, right, I think that's another confusing sort of term that gets a lot of founders tripped up, right? But at First Gen, you know, we're really big on them because they allow you to have up to 35 unaccredited investors, right, which a lot of people don't realize. So it's a great funding vehicle, especially for a friends and family round, especially for a pre-seed or a non-price round. You know, so we're constantly, you know, helping our founders sort of maneuver that. You know, I think one of the things that is really difficult in general with being a founder and putting together these fundraisers, right, is not only transparency, like you're talking about, which is a huge one, but also just sort of the legal intricacies, right, and the paperwork. The paperwork alone, you know, founders come to us distressed because they're like, we want to take this $80,000, but we don't have money to pay a lawyer, right?
We don't have the money to structure the
Right.
deal. So
And
also
we don't
talk
have the
about that,
time.
how you're helping startup founders and kind of giving them a leg up as they're just beginning their raises.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, I think one of the things that we're really striving for at First Gen is finding a way to work with founders, right, to help them get through their raise so that they actually have funds in their bank account to pay the lawyer, to pay, you know, the accountant, to pay, you know, all of these services that they need in order to be a functioning startup, right, that's eventually going to make them more attractive to the institutions when they come to a price round, right? Like, you know, oftentimes, far too often, I would say, you know, founders come to us when it's a little bit too late, right, and they have problems, and, you know, we'll obviously help them out of it, but we're trying to sort of shift that into coming to us and coming to a more affordable lawyer in a proactive way, right, before you get into some sort of trouble or before you haven't done, you know, maybe all the paperwork you should have done or all the diligence you should have done, and finding a way to make it sort of more accessible for them so that you can come to us and we can help walk you through that process rather than you sort of wading through it yourself.
Absolutely.
And I do want to share one resource. If you have your phone, if you have access to a podcast app, you want to download a Wearable Takeover podcast. We actually just produced an episode, and again, that covers our wearable tech ecosystem, but we featured one of our accountant partners that works with our VCs. And we identified things that startup founders need to do in order to get to that funding, to prepare themselves for funding. And there are tips on there that they often do not hear if they're in an incubator or accelerator. So we demystified that entire process.
All right, take out your phones, download that app. Now, my final question for both of you. What advice do you give to aspiring female entrepreneurs and investors who are looking to enter the VC industry? So we have a lot of people here today that are raising funds, that are interested in getting involved in the space. What advice do you have, or things you wish you would have known sooner?
Relationships matter. Everything is about relationships. Don't burn a bridge. That's number one. And then always respect your connect, because you're always going to have someone that's going to lend a bridge to something else. The last thing I would say is, or maybe third or fourth thing I would say, is to make sure you know your stuff, right? Never come to the table unprepared. If you don't know something, learn it. There's so many platforms that are out there now. And also one of the Techstars founders, he has a course that is funded by the Kauffman Foundation, where you can take the free VC course and get that certification. So, and put that on LinkedIn. So do things that show that you are worth your salt, that you're viable, and that you're continuously learning, and make sure, again, that you're valuing relationships.
Yeah, and I think off of that, right, and relationships are so important in this business, is find good partners, right? We all, in this room and everyone listening, we know that it takes a village, more than a village most times, right? And so find good lawyers, find good advisors, find good accountants, and make them your lifelong partners, right? Because those are the people that are going to help you in your toughest moments. Those are the people that are going to lift you up when you're getting discouraged or you've heard your 300th no, right, of the day. And so, I think that that's something that's invaluable, is having, the right people around you who can help you solve problems and who really, really understand you as a person and understand your product.
That's what we say, find your tribe. That's what we do. It takes a village, right? So anybody have questions for our panelists? I kind of want to open it back up. If you have a question, now is your time. No questions? Okay. We're shy today. But thank you.
It's early.
Yeah, it's early. Thank you both so much. You're absolutely incredible, and I'm wishing you an amazing chatting with us here at the Grit Daily House.
Thank you so much for having us, Grit Daily.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. Cesar Hernandez is not here because apparently somebody was arrested on his flight. So we have Corey instead. We have Shay Safarzadeh, Shab Safarzadeh. Was it somebody? Did he get arrested? No, he didn't get arrested. Somebody on the flight.
Corey, you have mine.
No, you're about. She's about to get one. And Ann Wolf Anderson. They're going to introduce themselves and talk about diversity and funding. Thank you.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. Oh, it is on. Okay. Just kidding. I'm Corey Hale, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Culture Banks. I'm also a proud founding member of the Black Innovation Alliance group, and I'm very excited to be here to talk all things diversity, women, tech, startups, and what happened with Silicon Valley Bank.
Hi, I'm Ann Whoop Anderson, and I am co-founder and chief mindset officer of the Bravery Strategy. And we work with early stage entrepreneurs to help them build businesses bravely. And we also work with established business leaders to help them cultivate truly connected cultures. And pretty much everything we do is based in diversity. So very excited to be here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shab Safar. I am the co-founder and CEO of Advance eClinical. We are a medical e-learning company. I'm very excited to join the conversation on diversity in medicine. Thank you for having us. Diversity and entrepreneurship.
Hello, my name is Shay Safar. I'm also the co-founder and CEO of Advance eClinical. We provide fully online medical certification programs for pre-health students. So I'm really excited to talk about my journey. Shab and I, we have an unconventional entrepreneurial story. And we had a lot of hurdles, so I'm really excited to talk about being a diverse founder and a woman and how we kind of surpassed those hurdles.
Yeah, so I guess then collectively we can all just share our stories really quickly. I am a former investment banker turned media entrepreneur and launched another company that went on to be very successful called Cheddar. And then I launched my own media company, Culture Banks, because I wanted to be able to fill the void in the market when it came to high-level business, finance, and economic news for the African-American community. And part of my struggles, which I'm pretty sure all of us can relate to, being a female founded company, is that the bar always seems to be a lot higher for women founders in terms of what we have to show up to the table with in order to get access to capital, in order to get checks written. And I think specifically being a Black female founder, there were even more additional hurdles. It wasn't enough that I was already an investment banker. It wasn't enough that I was already a credentialed media journalist and a trailblazer in my own right, being the first Black woman to ever anchor a daily news show from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange and its 220-year history. You'd think that'd be enough to get people to open up their checkbooks, but it wasn't. And so there was a lot more that had to happen along the way. And I think that that's very similar to what all female founders, how much more successful did I have to be already on my own to get people to believe in what I was building?
Definitely, and I would love to add to that. So my sister and I, we didn't have any business background, and unfortunately, women make up less than 2% of investor money, and then Black or people of color, only less than 0.02% of investor money can come to people of color and women. And I believe that really we should be pushing for a seat at the table as well. For my sister and I specifically, accelerators really opened up the door, also incubators. It opened up an ecosystem of a network that we started to take part of, and really not being afraid to reach out to investors, connect with them, because I believe when you open up the connection towards investors or VCs, they also do the same towards you. And I believe that today diversity is very important, and we should really take advantage of that. And on your pitch deck, write about your diverse background. Tell them that I'm a Black woman or I'm a female from Iran, and I think that definitely will push you forward or give you an advantage. Anything you would like to add, Shay?
Well, I really like what you were saying about using your story as part of your strategy to connect with investors. I do think it is very different for everybody. I mean, I will say, Corey, my experience was actually the opposite. My background is I was I come from a very strange kind of military, living all over, but also Mormon, so like very strange and restrictive background. And at the age of 19, I became pregnant. I was homeless. So I had to navigate school and raising a kid while I was a kid. And I ended up in a sales context. Because I was white, I think is what it really was, there were some doors that were open to me immediately. And I think I did have some leaders that were smart and thought, oh, she's going to work really hard because she has to take care of her kid. So they were leveraging the diversity in that respect. But when I got into those spaces, I did not have the common background because I, was somewhat articulate. They thought that I got some of the things and understood some of the shorthand. But once I was in there, it was hard for them to value the perspective that I brought, even though it was actually incredibly, I was able to really transform a lot of the sales contexts that I was in, a lot of the teams that I was on because of the way I thought and was able to connect. But just operationally, they didn't know what to do with me because I didn't understand some of the social norms of the people who were raised in similar contexts. And so that became a little bit difficult. But I feel like a lot of that is it was because they did not, what a lot of business leaders don't understand is the need for a linguistic and operational context that's very clearly communicated to everyone in the team, in the organization, so that it's much easier for everyone to develop that shorthand. So I think what's really happening is there's a lot of cognitive, cognitive dissonance, because I do think some business leaders want to hire diversely and create diverse teams, but they want them to all behave in a way that they think everybody should behave. And without laying that out very clearly and creating those operational and linguistic frameworks that will enable that, there are a lot of issues with getting everybody on that same page. So I do think that we are in a time where things are changing drastically, and there is a lot of opportunity for diversity. And I think we just need to educate a lot of business leaders on, number one, how incredibly valuable diversity of thought is, especially in as we go into the future. The cognitive agility and emotional intelligence are two of the most important skills that people are hiring for. And who has more cognitive agility and emotional intelligence than people who've had to navigate a lot of different environments, people who haven't necessarily had maybe the same people around them all the time, or maybe who weren't necessarily guided along the traditional route. And so making space for that does require some initial investment on that front end, but it's well worth the investment.
I agree, and I think the most important part of diversity is diversity brings perspective. So really highlighting or really amplifying diverse founders, you're showing a different perspective on things, which I believe is really important. And if we amplify diverse founders, it will then eventually lead to diverse investors, and it will just be a cycle in this ecosystem of diversity. I agree. Go ahead, Corey.
No, I was going to just send a little women love out here. First of all, I love that you guys are twins, if you guys couldn't tell.
Thank you.
Already. I love that they're twins because I love entrepreneurship in general, but I love family run businesses even more. It's very important when it comes to things like generational wealth and uplifting different communities and economies. And I actually love that you grew up Mormon. You didn't say you were still Mormon because I was in Lake City for a little bit. Yeah. But I was going to say specifically when it comes to diversity, because a lot of times, especially here in the U.S., we look at diversity across gender lines. We look at diversity across different ethnicities. But you're right. Diversity of thought also comes into how you were brought up and what your background is. And that makes a very big difference in terms of how you're able to present yourself authentically, for whatever businesses it is that you're building. So that was all I wanted to add.
Thank you.
Thank
I would
you.
like to send some woman love out as well.
Thank you. Oh my God. I feel so empowered with you ladies. Honestly, you guys are mind blowing. I love it.
Well, I do think that women, having more women in the workplace these days, I do think there is a lot more emphasis on mission-driven organizations having a larger mission. I do think it is providing a lot. It's almost like giving permission to business leaders and and just people within organizations to actually want something greater than just profit. I do think that those old models of profit before anything else are really unsustainable, and we're seeing the effects of that. Often what I hear a lot of business leaders say are things like, nobody wants to work anymore. Nobody wants to work anymore. They just want all this time off. Everybody wants to work, but they don't want to be taken advantage of anymore. So if you cannot provide a framework within your organization to help every person within that organization easily and clearly connect how their contribution to the purpose and the priorities of that organization also directly contributes to their personal and professional priorities and goals, then you're just not going to have a very effectively run organization. And it's to leverage. I can't understate how important it is to leverage diversity, especially like we're in what Nicholas Nassim Taleb calls a VUCA world, which means very volatile and uncertain. So whatever we think used to work, we have no idea if it's going to work because we don't know what the hell is about to happen. And so in order to prepare for that, having people with the ability to think agilely and also to be able to draw from a variety of perspectives and creative ideas is so integral to success in the future in such an uncertain world. So I'm really hoping that people start to see how important that investment on the front end of their culture creation actually drives the bottom line. These aren't two separate things. Diversity is not some Pollyanna, et cetera. It's not like, oh, let's all just hold hands. I mean, I wish it was, but at this point, like people really do have to look at the metrics, the financial metrics and growth metrics, and see how to fuel those. And it really comes down to the people within your organization.
Right. I totally agree. And I think I would just like to add something quick is that diversity is an untapped market, right? So if investors really realize that, the returns are so high, it's so much potential. Like Shap said, it's a brand new perspective. And I think just us being up here, it brings awareness to it. And I'm really excited to be part of this movement.
Corey, have you seen any changes in your, what are you seeing in the financial and tech realms in terms of if there's been any improvement or?
I thought you were going to say in terms of what happened yesterday. That too shall pass, just like the money passed in the sky. That was a joke, bad joke for lots of startups that are struggling behind what SVB did right now. But I will say there is a lot of upside, right, to diversity, not just for us as women entrepreneurs, but investing intentionally from the time we take on LPs to let them know, hey, we are actually going to be deploying this capital in a way that matters and in a way that can be sustainable to help communities. Because at some point in time, right, the wealth narrative in this country is going to start to shift. I don't know if that was good.
No, that was great.
That's totally woo. I think as a diverse founder, I was always so scared. I didn't know about the resources. I didn't know my capabilities as a diverse founder and a woman, as well as a woman. So I think it's really important also to know who you are and know your capabilities, wholeheartedly believe in yourself. And yes, it's difficult when you're surrounded by, Harvard grads, white male who have all this money, but don't take what you have and your achievements and what you can create for granted. Always know who you are as a woman and a diverse founder and make that really prevalent in your pitch. And that's something that I'm really passionate about because I think it comes down to your confidence. And, as a woman, I think, like we talked about earlier, I think men generally just have higher confidence than women in this space. And it's always so much easier for them to raise money. But I think we just have to know who we are and be able to really express that.
That's such a good point because a big part of what we work on with clients, especially our individual entrepreneur clients who are typically women, is using your story as your success strategy. And so what I've found is it's really hard to get a lot of women to sit there and really talk about themselves or to really even figure out what it is they actually want or to articulate it or to admit it. And I do think that there, even now, are a lot of expectations on women to take care of other people. So
consistently. isn't that the plight of women? We always are taking care of everyone else around us, but we are reclaiming our thrones, everyone, in the broader business community, in the broader business sector, because there's a great opportunity for women to be at the top, to create change, and I mean, all great nations are built on the back of strong women.
That's very true. And you know, one person, I'm also in a graduate program at UT, and it's called the Human Dimensions of Organizations. It's all about this stuff. It's amazing. And we, in our approaches to leadership class, we just read Michelle Obama's Becoming. And this was after reading Clausewitz and like Machiavelli and all these really intense texts. And to read that book in the context of leadership, it is such an incredible example of what is possible with a very female way of leading. A lot of people don't see her as like the great leader that she actually is, but the confines she was working within as the first lady, as the first black first lady, and the amount of things that she was able to accomplish by actually inviting people in and creating these like frameworks that people could see how it would affect them is absolutely phenomenal. I invite everybody to reread that book from that perspective of leadership. It's amazing.
Well, thank you, girls. It was an absolute pleasure sharing this panel with you. I learned so much from you guys, and thank you. On to the next.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Test.
Test. There we go. Perfect.
Check.
All right.
There we go.
So what drives an entrepreneur's personal brand? We have on the stage Devin Johnson and E-Rock Christopher. We're going to have people sit down if we can, if you guys want to fill in over here. E-Rock's from entrepreneur.com, and Devin is from Brand Defenders. So here we go. Ready to go? I'll leave it to you guys.
Awesome. Want to say a quick shout out to Grit Daily House for having us here today, and Jordan French for putting together another amazing event here at South by Southwest. Yes, sir. But shine the light here on Devin. So my name's E-Rock Christopher. I am the founder and CEO of This Famous Media Group. And one of the things that I realized early on in my career was the value of media, and got invited to contribute to entrepreneur.com as an entity. And so we're here with Devin from Brand Defenders. And I'm curious to know, like, here we are in the world of digital. We're talking about personal branding. What was I guess I like to call it your Marvel Avengers origin stories of how you got into this business model?
Great question, E-Rock. And again, Grit Daily, thanks for having us out. E-Rock, grateful to be on stage with you. So my branding and entrepreneurial journey started 25 years ago this year. It's when I started my first business, right? Grew up one of 3 boys in a household where a father, 45, 46-year county sheriff said, you want something, you're going to work for it. And really it started when I was 13 and really wanted some Jordans, like every other 13-year-old. Now here we are 25 years later. It's what my 13-year-old wants now. And he gave this inspirational comment. And he didn't mean it derogatorily, but he said, Devin, my job is to cover your ass, not decorate it. You're old enough that if you want some Jordans, go earn them. Go build something. Go make some extra money. And so for me, I challenged myself early. What could I do in my capacity, right, with the limited time and school and everything else that I could do to earn some side money? Now here we are, fast forward dozens of companies later. And I find myself in digital marketing having been successful in some tech companies, had some good exits, have some good positions in some tech companies still, some that are serving some of the biggest tech manufacturers in the world, some that are based here in Austin. And as I started in 2017 looking for the next venture that I wanted to get involved in, a VC out of Utah started looking at some companies on the market and found a reputation company out of Florida. Well, long story short, that deal fell apart. So them looking to bring me on to try to grow something into something a little bit bigger than it was, fell apart. So after connecting with that founder, we did something private between the two of us. We started growing that organization. We grew it across the nation. It's bloomed into several other agencies. And so back to your original question, E-Rock, I didn't get into becoming an entrepreneur because I wanted to do digital marketing. But what I found is once you've built a set of skills that are repeatable, that you can deploy and add value to any type of organization, any type of vertical, you really have a unique opportunity to help and train those other entrepreneurs who are coming into the market. And we find ourselves here in 2023, especially having just kind of gone through the last 2 years of COVID, where if you weren't decentralized, you didn't use technology as a platform to really build and grow your business, you face some challenges to decentralize your workforce to work from home. And now that we're somewhat on the backside of that, where people are coming back back into their offices, a lot of organizations are taking online digital marketing a lot more serious, and it's time to start building their brands better than they were before.
So I remember being a kid and wanting the blue Nikes back in the day, and it was like one of the things that I wanted to have. And so it leads me into the Nike brand, because my assumption is like 20 years ago, you'd say Nike and no one who necessarily like knew who Phil was, right? So in today's like society and with talking about personal brand, you have like the corporate brand, you have the personal brand. What is your what do you do with your clients as far as like how critical is it for an executive to build a personal brand to grow the corporate brand and vice versa? And how do you recommend people balance that out?
Yeah, great question, E-Rock. I think it comes down to the size of the organization, and it depends on what the maturity of their product and process and really the brand ethos is. If you have an organization that's fairly mid-level, enterprise level, the personal leadership brand or the individual's brand may be less important than when you're in startup mode. But when we're starting our new startup, our new venture, one of the first things that we do is we have this idea, right? We have this prompting that I should start a business. And it could be forced on us. It could be inspirational. It could just be that we landed in a situation that now is the best time to start my business. But what happens is most entrepreneurs lead to product. They lead with product. They say, I'm going to build this. It's going to be the greatest this, or this out on the market. Then they figure out a process. Then they say, I'm going to need some people. Once they have those people, they think that the product is inspirational enough that those people are going to want to stay. They're going to want to make it their baby as well. And what they fail to do is inspire those people that they're bringing on. They fail to inspire and build a purpose and have passion in what it is that they're doing, which is really what attracts this grassroots movement, right, that everybody talks about. It's what helps you garner a wider variety of customers to come into your business and say, this is a product that I can get behind, less about the product and more about the why behind the product. And there's several brands that we can think of, right? When we think of Tesla launching, what do we think of? Do we think of the electric car? Sure. That's not what was led as the initial vision, right? The initial vision was we have a climate topic that we're trying to address. It may or may not be the solve-all for fossil fuels. In fact, we've heard him come out saying maybe it's not. But what he is doing is saying, here's something I can do that's within my power, within my area of influence, and I'm going to do it better than anybody else because of a purpose, because I have passion. I'm not just going to come in and say, this is why you should buy my car. It's the coolest car in the world. And when you look at new startups, a lot of new startups that are out there, you look at Cotopaxi, right? Cotopaxi is a wonderful brand. Utah brand, by the way, shout out to Utah brands. So Cotopaxi is one of those organizations where there's a purpose behind the brand, there's a movement, and they build cool product, right? But we buy into that and we stay committed to something because of that why. And so back to your original point, it is very, very valuable to have a personal brand, especially when you're in startup mode. It's going to be difficult to sustain a new venture if you really don't have the why behind the how and the what. So that's also going to bleed over into the corporate brand.
So hope you don't mind. I'm going to put you on the spot. And a quick shout out to our good friends at HubSpot for Startups who are out serving free mac and cheese out in the front. But can you share with the audience a story that you believe epitomizes the ethos of brand defenders and something that you know that was helpful for their purpose and passion and an outcome?
You mean like a client success story?
Yes.
Yeah, so we worked with one organization that was fairly large, doing near $1 billion a year in revenue. Their founder originally reached out to us looking for the typical onboarding requirement of a reputation management company, and that is that there's an online fire. They wanted to put out the fire. But when I build a business, I don't like being a project-based, service-based business. It makes it difficult for our team to manage, and so we always look for how we can add a more broad set of services to this organization. And so the initial touch, the initial kind of outreach from this client was very focused on clean something up negative on Google. And I hate that about the reputation management industry, right? Because a lot of it becomes fake, becomes inflated, and we like to be authentic. And so our process is a little bit different in that when we bring somebody on, we walk them through 3 different departments inside of our agency house. So the first one is the define step, right? We want to define the message, and part of the defining the message is challenging the message. It goes back to just brand coaching in general or just business coaching, and that is, tell me what your ethos is. What's your why? Why do you inherently have this right to exist in your mind? And then we're going to help define out what that message could look like online, and then put you into the second phase of our agency, and that is the defend phase, which is really looking at it a couple different ways. It's what's online that's negative that needs to be cleaned up. It's how do we clean it up ethically so that we can say if something needs to be reshaped. There's always those instances in kind of the growth of an enterprise where you may have a lawsuit in your past. You may have somebody come online and slander your brand and have some defamation on there that you'd like to clean up, or a review score that you'd like to be able to kind of influence a little bit better than simply ignoring it, hoping it goes away. And so as our defend team looked at this really makeup company, we started finding that while there weren't that many issues online that needed cleanup, there were a lot of issues that needed to be represented we needed to build the moat, if you will, and create some immunity around that brand online. How do we do that? It's storytelling. That's the last phase of our organization, and that's the development part of Brand Defenders. And so when you have somebody kind of in your wheelhouse, an extension of your marketing team, if you will, who understands storytelling, what we can do is say, based on what you defined, keywords that you're going after, specific moats that need to be built because of X, Y, Z that you'd like to reshape in the online narrative, we're going to suggest this very tailored white glove approach and be an extension of your team based on resources that you need. So in their case, what happened was they were hopeful to get into other markets. They were hopeful to launch and grow past some things in their past that they really wish they hadn't maybe fragmented their focus on. And that client was originally a 6-month client. They stayed with us 38 months. The company then sold, and they left us a raving review and started using their in-house team. So
you're eating your own dog food.
Yeah.
So you talked a little bit about partnering with the VC from the beginning, right? And a lot of startups are out there and want to raise capital. You know, they're trying to be able to scale. How important is it with what you do in empowering the companies that you work with either attracting VCs, maintaining the relationships, and investor relations?
Boy, what a great question, Eron. Okay, so let's dive back to partnering with a VC up front.
Yeah, because I'm sure everybody wants to know how you did that, as opposed to the VC saying, we want to own you.
Well, so I guess I kind of owned the VC in the end. So this VC that originally...
You're on record.
Yeah, so I'm on record here. So we won't name names, but this venture firm, if you're looking for venture-backed funding, be wise and do your homework. Don't stay so stay laser focused on why you're getting funding, but spend a little time doing some due diligence on the people that promise they're bringing you the funding. It's important to know who you are partnering with the same way we date and court before we marry, right? So don't just hop in bed with the first VC that waves a pretty little check, because I promise there's strings attached. And so we were very careful with that, right? I started my career in tech back in really the early 2000s, late 90s, and built 2 industry-changing tech companies with a couple great partners that I have. Some of those have gone on to sell. Some have 20+ million customers around the world. Most of them are not venture-backed, but we tended to bootstrap those organizations for a reason. So back to your question, Yerod. When it comes to partnering with a VC, do your homework and connect with some of the other companies that they've already funded without them knowing. Look at the portfolio on their website and go reach out to them and say, how is it working with XYZ Capital? How is it working with this private equity fund or this venture group or this angel investor? Because I promise it's going to pay off in droves when you start to understand exactly what the gotchas were, the experience was. And just like anything else, right, if you know somebody who's a friend of someone you're dating, you're probably going to do a little research on that person. And that's not offensive, right? You would hope that that entrepreneur would be that thorough before just jumping into the next shiny object that distracts them. And so for us, because we're very laser focused, we're very goal oriented, any venture-backed organization that we looked at or that we engaged with needed to have that same mindset and appreciation for the companies we were building. We did not want somebody coming in saying, look, this is the latest and greatest market, we would like you to redirect your business here, because we were very thorough in already figuring that out analytically and then tapping into it from a proof of concept standpoint. So it wasn't until earlier this year that we really had some partners privately come in who have 30+ years in private, and they came in because of what we were doing that made it attractive. So we really haven't raised any capital on Brand Defenders. We partner with them, on the other hand, to provide value insulating their portfolio companies, if that makes sense.
No, it makes total sense. So as we begin to wrap up, you know, there's a lot of people that are out there wanting to be able to build a personal brand, whether it's because they're a solo creator and they want to grow their personal brand, that's their business model, kind of the influencer model, all the way to the, you know, the Fortune 500 executives that are out there like, hey, I want to increase my brand because of advisory deals and things of that nature. So over the next 5 years, what do you predict or what do you recommend that people do to kind of follow the Wayne Gretzky model of, hey, where's the puck going to be? Like, what can people start planning or kind of anticipating for the next 5 years when it comes to building a personal brand?
Yeah, so we're all familiar with content creation, right? There's a lot of different content. You can create videos, you can create social posts, you can create press releases, blogs, etc. Those platforms are there, and they're going to be there a while. When we look at the social media platforms that we can post content on, they're well established. For the most part, they're free unless we want to sponsor them. What you have right now is this inflection point where content creators have to realize you need to create meaningful, ethical, authentic content. People are so worried about offending other people. People are so worried about not getting the likes, not getting the follows, not getting the shares, that they become scared to just share content in general. What you have to do is take the leap, take a subject that you're passionate about so that people feel that passion, and then just be real. People want someone they can relate to. They don't want to look at someone and say, that person is so not like me that I'm going to follow their channel. The reason people follow influencer channels is because they found they can relate to someone. And so share a message that's passionate to you. I promise there's a pool of people that are going to follow it. And if it's a message about something relating to your brand, you will start the process of building stepstones towards awareness of the brand by introducing them to you, your personal brand, your name. Because E-Rock, that is your brand. Even if you represent a different organization, which is another way you influence a brand, E-Rock or Devin Johnson, that's my brand. And so I have to be relatable. I have to stay within my sphere of knowledge or influence. And if I go outside of that and I start becoming fake because I want more likes and shares, you're going to lose followers, right? You're going to lose awareness. And so the next 5 years, you're going to see this pendulum swing towards authenticity and relatability.
Awesome. And then what would be your recommendation be on how to really like narrow that like authenticity? Because again, you talked about people like, again, I'm big into neuroscience, right? Like what influences people to make a decision? And one of the biggest factors of people, like you talked about, is I'm worried that I'm going to make a mistake, right? And I'm going to look bad. So how do you help encourage people to overcome that with the clients that you work with so that, again, that they can feel confident and walk forward into that messaging?
You know, it comes back to the reason we're here, in my mind. We're here to grow, to learn, to be tested, to become caring, and to help other people. So when you're creating content, and I don't care if it's content about why you should like these shoes over another pair of shoes or why you should like this type of food over this type of food, pick your specialty. It really can be anything. Be relatable, be kind and sincere, because there's too much criticism, there's too much hate, there's too much diversity, and if we can include more people, if we can be more loving and caring to other people, and people feel that in our message, they won't care what the message is about, subject matter wise. We just need to be more about purpose and passion and reasoning than we do about product and process. It's not about the how and the what. It's about the why. And if people feel that why coming out of our message, they're going to resonate in some way, shape, or form. And if they don't, somebody else will. And eventually you'll continue to build the brand that really you're seeking to build.
Well said. So on that note, let's give it up for Devin. Thank you very much for sharing all this wisdom with us today.
Thanks for having me.
And I'm going to turn it back over to none other than Mr. John Biggs.
Howdy, guys.
Haven't seen me too much because John Biggs is here. John Biggs, if you don't know, John Biggs, former EIC at Gizmodo and the former East Coast editor at TechCrunch. He's joined Grit Daily. He's man in the podcast studio. So I get to grace the stage a second time today. But welcome to Grit Daily House. All right. Yeah, I'm told this is where all the content is at today. And that's for sure. We have 50 speakers on stage. And if I can bring up the wonderful Myra from HubSpot. Big round of applause to Myra and the HubSpot team for their mac and cheese out front. I like that. I like that. I'm going to hand this to you to say a few words and thank the audience and Grit Daily. But so you all know, HubSpot's also sponsoring the pitch competition later. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to that. I don't even think people know. This really came together last minute.
I know. It's super exciting. Thank you so much for having us here. And hi, everyone. My name's Myra. I'm from HubSpot for Startups, and we help startups gain access to our CRM, marketing, and software. But in addition to that, we have free mac and cheese for everybody right outside. And tomorrow, we're also hosting a party. So if you guys want a ticket for that, just come and see me at any point. But thank you so much for having us, and we look forward to the pitch competition later. All right.
Yeah. Appreciate you. A little side of mac and cheese with your CRM. Ahmed Reza is here. Big round of applause for Ahmed Reza and Yobi app. You'll see him on stage. He'll be on the podcast a little later with none other than Dr. Ed Zuckerberg. Will be in house. Without delay, though, I'm going to bring up Katie Canales from Milk Road. I know her formerly from Morning Brew and Business Insider and writing a lot of content just like we do. Katie, I'm going to invite you up so you can bring up your panelists as well. Big round of applause for Katie Canales. She's joined us a number of times. You can grab this mic. I guess we're doing this European style. This is what it's turned back. It's old habits don't die. Yeah, you're on.
Okay. Hey everybody. Good to be here. Awesome. Okay, well I am gonna let Michelle and Brett introduce themselves. So why don't you guys come on up, grab some mics, and we can hear from them. Make sure they're working.
What's up, everybody?
Is it working?
Testing.
Oh, there we go. You're on. Perfect.
After
All right.
you.
We're on. Hey, everybody. Jordan, thanks so much for hosting Grit Daily. What a great morning. Great energy. Lots of people coming through. Great topics. I'm super excited to be here. Came in from Naples, Florida. My name is Michelle Jacobic. I'm the author of The Path to Profits, An Entrepreneur's Guide to Having It All and Still Having a Life, and the founder of the Envision and Thrive Academy for Entrepreneurs.
Awesome. Brett Martin here. Great to see you all. And I'm the co-founder of Kumo Space. It's a virtual office provider where remote teams show up to work. And also a founder and general partner of Charge Ventures. It's a New York-based $50 million pre-seed seed stage fund. So if you're raising money or looking to start a company, love to hear from you.
We can pass.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, can y'all hear me? We're good? Okay, cool. Awesome. Okay, well, we're going to be talking today about inflation and startups. We've been seeing the I word in headlines for a couple of years now. But specifically, tell us how startups, fledgling startups, have acutely felt these problems. You know, when you're trying to get your business off the ground, what are the specific pain points they've been feeling?
I mean, the fundraising environment, as most of us know here, has completely changed, you know, from the prior 7 years to this past year. So, in simple terms, and can I just who's an entrepreneur here? All right, perfect. Right, who's fundraising or thinking about fundraising this year? Okay, less hands, right? But I like the bravery back there. So just in really simple terms, like the main reason the fundraising environment has changed is inflation has gone up. The government has tried to respond to that by increasing interest rates. when you increase interest rates, all of a sudden the future revenues, right, the growth becomes less important because you're discounting that by the interest rate, and so all of a sudden growth is less attractive and profitability today is more attractive. So that's why growth stocks have taken a huge hit over the past year, and why the fundraising environment has been challenging, because all of a sudden people went from funding growth to all of a sudden not caring about growth at all, and all they care about is sort of profitability. And we can get into like how you can sort of taper and tweak your story to take advantage of this new environment, but that's what the big change is and why people have been having challenges.
Yeah, so I'll speak to the other side of that, which is for the people that didn't put up their hands about raising money, the entrepreneurs in the room that are literally just, trying to make a go at it, with your taking a skill, maybe you work for somebody else and you're turning that skill into a service, and you're out now as an entrepreneur doing your own thing. How does inflation impact us on all ends? Because the truth is that we were paying $5 a gallon for gas, right, last summer. Way up. Housing, way up. I'm in Naples. My rent went up 30%. My landlord delivered a note and said, here it is. And then I'm building a house there, and the cost of the building materials went up 38%. So you can imagine as an entrepreneur that totally, from the eggs going up 30% and the coffee that I love to drink, all of the things that we're doing, right? We've got to be looking at the personal side of the house, and it's also affecting the business side of the house, obviously, from supply chain to the cost of, labor, all of the things that are happening on both sides. Inflation, as an entrepreneur, is hitting both sides of your pocketbook. And for me, it's really leaning in and getting people to see that you've got to be looking at both sides of the coin, and how it's affecting you on both sides of the balance sheet, so to speak, but the lifestyle as well as the business.
For sure. Testing. Can you also hear me? You mentioned a second ago, startups can kind of change their story to adapt to the environment. What did you mean by that?
Well, who's been paying attention to the SVB meltdown? Yes. So as we all know, VCs are pack animals and basically just follow. And so, the weird thing about a bank run, it's kind of like self-fulfilling. So it's just an example of like the groupthink of Silicon Valley. So like everything changes from, okay, you have to be growing as fast as possible to now you have to be able to show profitability as fast as possible. Why? Because no one wants to fund burn. So like before, people didn't care about burn. All they cared about was your top line growth. Now, all they care about is, okay, is this company going to be profitable? Why? Because the funding environment's seized up. You can't count on the next investor to put in more cash, right? So people are looking at your business and saying, okay, the money I give you today, that might be the last money you ever get. Can your company become profitable with this? And so the story has changed. So, what I see is a lot of entrepreneurs, they're like, wait, but I'm growing really fast. I have $6 million in ARR. Okay, but wait, you're burning you're burning $6 million a year. Like, oh, I'm scared to fund that. I don't want to put $6 million in that because at the end of the year you might be out of money and there might not be someone else. So they'd actually rather see you grow more slowly, but grow in a profitable way. And so you have to kind of tweak your story to like fit that narrative. You have to talk about, okay, how is this business going to be sold to companies that are trying to cut costs? Why would a company that is reducing headcount, rationalizing costs, want to buy my product? So it might be the same product, but you sell it in a different way.
Very nice. Okay. Do you have any thoughts on that you want to add?
I really, I think it's also being in the story, right? So you're talking about like really the persona of the story is, as an entrepreneur, what are you showing up as? If you're showing up and you're doing you're starting to change the narrative, which is so important. What's happening on the other side, right? Are you showing up with the facade that is like everything's great over here and I'm going to change the narrative, but over here life is falling apart, right? And you're blowing up credit card debt and this and that, and you're not paying attention to the numbers. The truth is that 39% of entrepreneurs aren't looking at their financials on a monthly basis. They're looking at the profit and loss, which is history. They're looking at the pro forma. They're being able to answer like, what's the burn rate? Like people just throwing money on a problem. What are you doing? And then how are you managing the other side of the house, which is the personal side as well? And I'm going to keep going there because there's a marriage.
And I think maybe I can give like a example of how to like shape that narrative.
Please, yeah.
So my company, right, we sell virtual offices. So it's like software for remote teams to work together when you're distributed all over the place. During the, end of bull run 2021, right? We were, it was a metaverse. We're the future. We're the metaverse. We have millions of people working in the metaverse, and it's a growth story. It's the future of technology story, right? That's how we were selling it. Be on the cutting edge. Same exact product a year later, right? With the story we're selling is, this is a cost-cutting opportunity. You don't have to pay. You can let go of your physical lease. You can get more productivity out of your teams. Oh, a lot of our customers happen to be, call centers, which is a gigantic, boring, old industry segment. Right now, all of a sudden, it's cool that we sell to call centers and not tech startups. A year ago, we were like, oh, wow, we have all these kind of boring old businesses using us. That's not something we wanted to highlight. You want to highlight that you have really fancy customers, right? This year, I'm like, we have call centers. We got AT&T as a client, right? And VCs are like, yeah, that's great, because those are, businesses that aren't going out of the way. And then, oh, wait, you're selling a product that can reduce costs and increase efficiency. Okay, we want to fund that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. That's a great example.
That is a good example. Yeah, for sure. Any thoughts on that?
No.
It's giving you an example or a chance to respond. So you specifically, you help startups, you give them pointers and help them strategize this environment. What are specific tips that you give them?
I think it really comes down to getting your financial shit together, right? Like really getting your financial house in order, and neutralizing the numbers. I think that so many people, they leap with their passion. They have you could be great at beauty, you could be great at developing a product, but you may not have any idea about entrepreneurship, right? I can be in a room of 400 people and ask how many of you have a degree in entrepreneurship, and not one hand goes up. Right? So you've got to learn. You've got to figure out who to put on the team, right? You've got to have the right team of advisors. It's so important when you're in the beginning stages of your business to put, the right people around you so that you are learning and not shaming yourself about the fact that you haven't been educated in the personal finance world, in the entrepreneurial business, cash flow, performance, all of those things that you need to learn as an entrepreneur. You need to understand your margins. You need to understand when your supply cost goes up, or you've got, you're laying off part of your workforce, and you've got to figure out how to manage customer complaints, right? Because that is a big impact with inflation, rising costs. You've got disgruntled customers because they're upset that your pricing may have gone up. But I think it really comes down to, for me, really helping people understand the importance of knowing your numbers. Like, I can't stress it enough, and learning to neutralize it, right? Not bringing all of the guilt and shame that comes with sometimes not understanding and being educated around it. Like, they're not teaching this stuff in school. So you've got to step in and learn the same way that you're learning tech and crypto and I'm learning about crypto and blockchain this year. Like, it's been on my goals for 2 years, and I'm like, we've got to learn. Like, I didn't, go to school how many years ago and learn about it. I've got to learn about it. It's a choice. And
Your guy might be right there.
Yes, we've already talked, Marcus and I. Yeah, we've already exchanged information. And I think that's the key. It's always be learning, but making sure that you are in tune with not only your vision, the vision that you have for your life, designing a business that aligns with that, understanding the cash flow, and then really activating the other piece that I work on is visibility, and not doing it from a place of having your head in the sand and just go for it. I'm all about go for it. I've been going for it since I was 19, but I've taken bigger leaps in my life after a lot of financial failures where I had my head in the sand and was literally like keeping up with the Joneses, right? And then eventually you're like, oh, APR swap game over. There's no more credit. And you've got to figure it out. So I just encourage you to, take a look and start to figure out the pieces. And inflation is driving that even quicker, I think, for entrepreneurs.
I mean, like, I feel like I've seen a little bit of the market's kind of bounced back over the past month, and I saw a lot of people be like, oh, we're good. We're going to just go back to 2021. And I feel like, man, that is like such wishful thinking. Like, I don't know if anyone saw, like, Meta is doing another round of layoffs.
Yep.
So, like, Meta Facebook has done like 3 rounds of the past year. So just like
really sad.
one like baseline piece of advice is like, oh, if you're going to, if you see that you need to save cash. So like, we'll say we need to save cash. What do you do? Okay. First is obviously payroll, biggest thing. And this is going to maybe sound like harsh and easy advice as an entrepreneur to give, but as someone who's laid off at one point 80% of my team, like it's better to do it all at once, right? So like Meta killing their employee morale, like it's already been tough. They've been beaten up for the past 5 years. 3 rounds of layoffs does not help. So like always cut harder than you think you should, right? And do it once, don't do it 3 times. Other things you can do, right? Like how do you get revenue? So if you're running into financial, like, you know, difficult times ahead, right? You can pull forward revenue. So you can ask your customers, hey, offer them a discount for upfront, upfront payment. So I've seen a lot of my companies pull in like almost a whole year's worth of cash by going back to existing customers and saying, hey, we'll give you a discount if you give us cash today, right? Other things you can do to go back to all your vendors and renegotiate your contracts, right? So like it's so much easier to do that when like everyone's doing it, right? So same thing with layoffs, unfortunately. It's like, hey, if everyone's announcing RIFs, reduction in force, it's the best time for you to do it because you have the cover. You have the macroeconomic cover, and the remaining team will understand why, right? Renegotiate supplier contracts. Like, hey, we're gonna get rid of your software, but if you don't want us to get rid of your software, then give us leniency in terms. Give us another 6 months to pay this. Give us a discount on this, right? So these are all things you can do. And one of the nice benefits of renegotiating your contract, so let's say they might want to lock you into like a fixed contract, right? So they're like, okay, we'll give you a discount, but we want you to like sign up for another year. Well, here's the nice benefit of an inflationary environment is because if you lock in a nominal cost, right? Let's say it costs you $1,000 a year for the software, but then you have 10% inflation over the course of the year, which we're not happy about. Well, guess what? The actual inflation-adjusted cost of your contract is down next year. So, you know, there are some ways you can take advantage of an inflationary environment to put your business in a better footing. Is that too Is that like?
No, I
is
love
that too obvious?
this.
Is that too tactical? Just trying to.
So useful.
Okay,
it's
cool.
so useful, and I'd love to add to that too because I think this is really what when we're talking about inflation and how do you go up against it. It's like you've got to get better at what we're doing. So I love that you're giving really tactical advice, and I think for me it's the same thing. It's like if you've got customers that you've done really well for, like we've had success with you. Are there 3 more people that you could introduce me to? Right? It's back to basics. And if you've got a disgruntled review, if you've got a bad review, hit it head on. If you've got a situation, I had a situation last week with a Meetaway. Has anybody used the Meetaway speed networking platform? Yeah, they're 2 years in. Phenomenal. But we had some real issues with our networking, the school, the academy, where people come in and network from around the country. It's a speed networking platform, and things were just broken. They weren't working. And I'm up for renewal, right? So, that annual subscription's up, and I sent a message and said, here's all the things that are happening that seem disconnected. And the founder called me. Like he called me, and I thought, this is what you do in these inflationary times where people are trying to decide where they're going to spend their dollars, right? And there's less dollars to spend. Get in front of a bad review. Don't put your head in the sand, and really be in relationship with your customers. Be in relationship and ask for referrals. Get out there, and I always say, where's the fortune? The fortune is in the follow-up. Go back to the basics. I teach a 10 by 10 by 10 contacts by 10 a.m. every 10 weeks. So if Katie and I meet today and we have an opportunity to connect, we set a follow-up. Guess what? By 10 o'clock every single day, Monday through Friday, I make 10 connects and then rotate that through our CRM. If you're not doing that, then your visibility is down, your relationship building is down, and this is the time to amp that up.
Very good point. Yes, I love all of that. Talk a little bit about marketing when you're trying to figure out where to put your dollars. Community is a huge part in building up your business. If you are going to advise a startup to kind of cut down on that, what are the impacts of that?
So I have a whole chapter on this in my book, The Path to Profits. It's the grow chapter. People think it's about growing, spiritually, holistically, all of that. It's like, no, it's about growing your visibility in your business. And I think that there's so many places where, from a marketing perspective, again, you don't dial down, you dial up. But there's so many places where you can get free press, and it isn't. Listen, there's a lot of pay to play, and I think you've got to be really smart. The head of Entrepreneur Magazine yesterday put up a post and screenshotted that this is what was going on and was calling it out. And the truth is that if it's not aligned activity that's really going to make a difference in your business, you should be thinking long and hard about the investments that you're making. But there are ways to build with the press, build relationships, like truly build relationships. My book ended up in the Grammy gift bags 4 weeks ago, and it wasn't because I had it on my vision board. It was because of a relationship with a journalist who then said, I loved the book. I recommended it to this company. I went through the whole process, and it was not, again, it was relationship building. I didn't pay for that. I invested in that relationship. Things like going back to your alma mater. People forget, like, there's class notes. Like, send in the class notes. Go to your alma maters, high school, college, wherever you were educated, and put in the class notes that there's something exciting happening in your business, and get the eyes on your business. Tell your story as many places as you can. Get on podcast and literally just amp up the marketing game. And I think not throwing dollars that need to be going to payroll and the things that are going to keep your company afloat. Get creative, get innovative. Like, this is the time to innovate.
Great points.
How would you recommend approaching the press? Just to turn the tables here.
No comment.
Not sharing her secrets there. I think as good advice as I can give on marketing is, word of mouth is still the major thing that drives business. Like, even if you our company has a viral product, like we have video conferencing software essentially, so people have to invite other people there to use it, and yet we still have probably just as much traffic come in from like legit word of mouth, people sharing with each other. When I hear customers, I think the current most scalable, probably cheapest channel right now is TikTok. People are getting amazing CPMs, cost per 1,000 impressions on TikTok, and what they're doing is they're just literally reaching out to influencers. Mm-hmm. And an influencer does not mean Kim Kardashian. This is actually the confusion about influencer marketing. People think that you have to pay Kim Kardashian $1 million to tweet about your software. Actually, no. What you really need to do is go find 50 relevant people that are tweeting about whatever hashtag. In my case, it's remote work or productivity or venture capital. Right. Yeah, in your case, it might be personal finance or small businesses, entrepreneurship. Right. Find the people who are just talking about that naturally, have found an audience, and literally email them, tag them, DM them, and then say, hey, you're talking about something relevant. Maybe you'd like to try our product, and we'll give it to you for free. That's the cheapest way to do it. And then other ways, okay, here's a quick influencer marketing tip: is what you do is you pay them a upfront fixed cost to do a post to cover their cost of creation. Right? So it's hey, they're going to have to spend some time. They're going to have to make a post, whatever. So you pay them up front. And then what you do is you pay them performance based on how it does. And so what this lets you do is with the micro-influencers, most of them are not going to hit. They're going to make a post. It's going to have a few hundred views. It's not going to actually cover your costs. But if you do that with 50 people, someone will create some viral content. That content will go crazy. You'll get tons of impressions. Yeah. And for that person, you're actually going to have an incredibly ROI positive campaign. And so when you average it out across the portfolio, you'll actually end up with a very low cost of acquisition. So does that make sense? Portfolio approach, reach out to lots of influencers, get them to create content. Most fail. One goes really high. The average of the portfolio is actually a good cost per acquisition.
I love that. That's great advice.
Tactical.
This is the tactical team.
I don't know. Everyone said they're an entrepreneur, so I don't know. You're probably trying to get cheap downloads, right? Or purchases. I don't know.
Anything to add? Or?
Okay. I'm in the weeds here, so just
good weeds.
I mean, should we talk about banking? Where's are people in SVB right now?
Oh man.
Yeah. Yeah, let's not talk.
It's literally happening right now, so I don't know.
Everything's changing by the
hour. Get into a
yes.
major bulge bracket bank. I mean, look, a lot of people are talking about, okay, are some of the other sort of, smaller private banks like Signature or First Republic, like, it's funny. I really like SVB. I really like FRB. I think the positive side is that FRB doesn't have quite the same exposure to tech. But it's a bank run. No one's acting rationally. Everyone is piling into bulge bracket banks. So I think like the key advice is to diversify and to make sure that your money all isn't in one place. Even if it doesn't get even if it's recoverable, I think one of the issues is that startups are, they're dealing with trying to pay payroll, and so they can't access their money in certain accounts. And then you have this compounded effect that some of the payroll providers, so like Rippling is like ADP, right? These folks that pay your payroll, they bank at some of these affected banks. So all of a sudden their accounts are gummed up. So I think the short answer is diversify, make sure you have your cash in several different places, and try to have at least 3 to 6 months to pay payroll in case it takes 6 months to get your cash out of a bank that gets run on. I know it's depressing. Sorry.
It totally is, but that's a great answer. No,
it's such a great. Yeah, I'm just going to ditto that because it's absolutely the truth. Yeah, diversification, making sure that you don't have all of your eggs in one basket, that you've got the protections of the FDIC. Like it's stuff that we're like, we're good, they're solid. Well, nothing's solid today.
It's just asymmetric risk.
And then the bigger thing here is like you've got to be diligent, but don't get stuck in the fear, right? Like you've got to get up and keep moving and innovate, and just we learn from these things. Like this isn't the first recession we're hitting. It's not the first time we've hit inflation. It's not the first time the pandemic was the first time, but shit, we made it through that. So and how do we do it? Innovation and figuring things out and tightening up and leaning in, and most importantly, you're here in this room, right? So for me, when we have an opportunity as entrepreneurs to come together, the thing that you should be doing here today is asking somebody, what's the problem that you're trying to solve? Because the truth is that somebody else here has. So when there's an opportunity in a room like this, where Jordan's pulled everybody together, it's an opportunity for you to say, I have a problem that I'm trying to solve, share it while you're here, and see if somebody has a solution or has been there before that can give you guidance, because that is the value of what we're doing today.
That's a great way
Teamwork.
to wrap up. Yes, I love that. Round of applause for our panelists here.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
We have any team Biff? Did anyone actually like Biff? Are we a Biff fan? He's looking down in shame. I'm going to hand this off to Eric Christopher for this fireside chat. Eric should be awesome and interesting. Appreciate you, Eric. And those are hot. We'll let you take it away.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, excited, and thank you, Jordan, for, again, putting on an amazing event here, Grit Daily, at South by Southwest 2023. And it's my honor and privilege to have Joost de Vries here with us, who is the DeLorean Motor Company CEO. And it's interesting with what you're doing because, honestly, the organization is a world-famous brand, thanks to something that I think is a leader in the world of like product integration, right? In terms of how it helped grow the brand. And so being an innovator in that space, you're currently doing something innovative now with the upcoming release of the new product line. So first, would you tell us a little bit about your background and how you came into the DeLorean ecosystem? And then share with us, like, how did you guys decide to take this route to bring the DeLorean brand back to its present state?
Okay, well, thank you very much for having me. A little bit about myself. I was born in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. I was blessed enough 14 years ago to be allowed to say I do. So that was really, really cool. 25 years AB Volvo, 8 different countries, business to business. So lived in Russia, Brazil, China, Japan, built factories in the Middle East, so automotive. Then Tesla grabbed me out of China at the end of 2011 when they were dying in Roadster and trying to start up a Model S. Built their plant in the Netherlands and set up their aftermarket globally. It was a lot of fun, crazy time. We weren't paid for months because there was no money. It was all good. And they survived, so that was good. And then I went to Karma Automotive, which was purchased out of the bankrupt Fisker by a Chinese group. And then a few years ago, I met Stephen Wynn, who owned the brand since 1995, and who was just absolutely in love with the DMC-12, the traditional 1980s car. Did a phenomenal job in protecting that brand. And I told him, you have gold. Why can't we do something with that? Because the barriers to entry in the EV world are going down. It's you can get parts, you can have relationships, but you can't buy brand. You have a brand. Why don't you do something? And a few years ago we came together and he said, okay, well, show me your plan, show me your money, and then maybe we can do something.
He gave you the Jerry Maguire question.
So we had good discussions, and in November of 2021 we founded DeLorean Motors Reimagined, which was the first step. And then the SEC allowed us to actually use the name DeLorean Motor Company Incorporated in Delaware, which is the original name. And we got that approval last year. So
You mean you got the SEC to do something good?
For once, yes. So that was the background on how I started in the company. It's been amazing. I mean, 62% of the world population knows this brand. And the higher the education, the better people know it. So it's gold. You can't buy this. It takes 40 years to build. And so the only thing I have to do as a car guy is just put good product in it. Your second question was, how did we go to market? Frustration. I think that was the background. If you look at the car companies today, anything hot and you're on a wait list somewhere. So if you want a Ford Lightning, it's a year waiting. If you want to get the latest Lexus, you need to know somebody at the dealer. They charge you over sticker. They basically rip you off.
Right, they penalize you for being a super fan.
Thank you. And so we said, okay, so if we have a brand that a lot of people know, why can't we gamify that? And then we said, okay, well, why don't we start selling our product future as an NFT? And I went to the traditional legal companies in Detroit, Dykema and those kind of people, and they told me, you're nuts. That's not going to work.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. And then we went to a little bit more New York companies, and they were like, it might not be illegal. And then we went some other...
There's a glimmer of hope.
Yes. And then we found some other law firms and actually said, well, go ask Ernst & Young and KPMG if they're willing to accept it, and then we'll back you up. So that took us about a year to get through that mess. And we weren't ready to disclose price. We weren't ready to disclose final specifications. We weren't ready to disclose the factory and the timing. But we said, why don't we sell our future production slots as an NFT, make it low enough in price. Don't do an auction, just make it low enough in price that the janitor in Miami at a school can still get in, enjoy that brand, hopefully makes a few bucks when we open up the exchange, and let people play in that wait list. Because we're going to have a wait list.
Right.
And that was really, really cool. That's what you're seeing now. We opened up late October. We launched our NFTs. We were doing $27,000 a minute. We crashed in 32 minutes.
You crashed in
completely.
Not the car, for those that aren't paying attention right now. The server.
The server. It was first of all, AWS shut us down for a few minutes because they couldn't believe the traffic. Then we had the problem that our payment rail provider said, well, you have 99% rejection rate. Then the banks who were behind that said, this must be fraud because nobody goes from 0 to 27,000 a minute in basically an hour. And it took us probably 3.5 months to get back up on our feet and make this work.
Hence the reference to the janitor in Miami. You're like, hey, can you help us clean up the mess?
It was. I mean, we learned a lot. I mean, when you're doing something innovative, you're going to get hurt. And if you communicate with your customers, if you bring them along on the journey, yeah, there's always somebody that's not going to be happy, but tough luck. But the vast majority of people is like, wow, you're doing this, so no, I'll support it. And we have now sold NFTs in 23 countries. In 65 countries, we have memberships. And it's just phenomenal. We're shutting down tomorrow night. So whatever's left, we're reopening in 2 weeks from now. We're doubling almost the price. So everybody who joined early gets instant equity in their NFT that they purchased. And then we open up our exchange, and then people can start trading them. I mean, it's been awesome. We've learned so much. The customer feedback has been awesome. Because not everybody can afford a very expensive car, but everybody can try to afford a $2,500 NFT. So you're making your brand accessible.
So it leads me to a couple of things. So I had the opportunity to connect with Stephen Wynn at another event in Miami, and you're talking about the brand equity, right? That's been developed over the years. Was it a challenge to convert him or the community of, I guess, like the existing leadership from the existing brand and saying, hey, we're going to do something very avant-garde with this NFT thing, and then you're going to these reputable companies and they're like, don't do it, there's a glimmer of hope. Share a little bit about that journey of communication internally to get that to say, hey, we're willing to take that educated risk.
Stephen's organization is the DMC-12. They have never left 1983, literally. Stephen is awesome. He's protected that brand for so many decades. He has allowed the brand to be in gaming, but nobody's allowed to shoot at the car. So all the games where the brand is in, you can never shoot at the car. It is those kind of things how they protected the brand. And Stephen will always be 1983. He allows New DeLorean to exist because he knows that there's a big barrier between 1983 and 2023. And that is where he felt comfortable enough. And you have to remember, both his sons are working for the new company. His youngest son is my chief brand officer because you need this bridge from a brand and marketing and licensing between classic and new. And his oldest son is our chief legal officer. He's an attorney in Miami. So he saw that his sons can move on to the new company and do the crazy stuff that he doesn't want to do. But he does see the value of the brand, and now he sees the opportunity to monetize that.
Amazing. So with the upcoming line of vehicles that you're going to be rolling out, because again, this is going into the NFT conversation, what can the person who's going to have the opportunity to get a hold of these NFTs, what can they kind of expect from an experience with the new DeLorean?
From a vehicle perspective or NFT perspective?
I'll leave you to answer that.
Okay. Well, first, the journey of an NFT. One of the things that I personally hate about NFTs is they're a dumb PDF. And what does it do for me? So the first discussion we had internally is, okay, we're starting an NFT journey. That means you're on the blockchain. What can we add in there to make it functional? So the Mint 1 is just a production slot. And you have a number. Mint 2, it's 12 months prior to production. Your car will change to the final specification. So your avatar will change into the final specification of the car, and you'll have your VIN number. When you take delivery of that vehicle, all service history will go into your avatar. So Carfax no longer needed, because the complete service history and usage history of the vehicle as you own it will stay on the blockchain. So when you want to sell your car in 5 years from now, in the smart contract, we are taking back that NFT. And we're giving that NFT to the new owner. So your digital twin will stay with your physical twin. When that car gets crashed, it's taken off the road, I can remotely delete your NFT. And I will take that NFT from you. So the physical twin and the digital twin are a pair for life. That was functionality for me. It was really important. So if you want to buy a DeLorean in 5 years from now or 7 years from now, you can talk to the seller, and the seller will give you the complete history of the vehicle. That's awesome. I mean, nobody's done that. Everybody's trying to get the data.
Right.
But you own the car, so why wouldn't you own the data?
Exactly.
So that was to think about the NFT. So it needed to be more than just a PDF.
Amazing. So again, I think one of the most overused terms in the world of Web3 is utility, and it's like, oh, I'm doing this program and I got this community, and really you're bringing inherent physical utility into that. Hey, this is the gateway. It's almost like, to some extent, can we call it the NFT as a title to the vehicle?
Yes, it is your digital passport.
Exactly. And so tell us a little bit about like the actual like experience that people will have in the car, because my understanding on a little bit of due diligence is you're trying to also innovate that user experience when they're actually in the vehicle. So maybe share a little bit about the future, what the auto line will be like.
Yeah, we talk to existing DMC-12 owners, and they're very traditional. They love their car. What they think what we're doing is poison, because we're taking away from their heritage. We should have done a retro car. And maybe I have a surprise for them in a year from now, but that's a separate story.
Early alpha.
But the concept is that the traditional customers that love that car, how do I bring them over? And when you look at the market of EVs today, it's very clinical. If you sit in a Tesla, it's an awesome tour de force from a technical perspective, but from a consumer perspective, it's not luxury. It's cool, it's fast, but it's not luxury, and there's no emotion. So that is the word we focused on. How can we bring emotion back into a vehicle? And I think Mercedes missed the boat with the EQS. I think BMW with the i7 is doing it much better. They're bringing luxury in. They're bringing emotion back in. So how do I bridge your phone, which is basically your world nowadays? How do I bring your phone, your time from going from A to B, and how do I inject that with emotion? And one of the strongest feelings that people have is music, sound, colors, materials. So what you'll see in our products is a very, very, very deep integration with a very high-end audio company. And it will be spectacular. I mean, we're working today with companies like iHeartRadio or podcasts with music to bring that space back in. How to get you to personalize your experience from what you have in your phone in your car. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. People are going to be surprised what you can do.
That's amazing. So as far as like helping to expand the brand, 62% of the world is aware of the DeLorean brand, and increasing that percentage, do you have plans to do more product integration opportunities? How are you going to help get the brand out into the world? Like, what's kind of the go-to marketer, like, because you're already at the market.
Right.
How do you expand that brand?
Licensing. The brand is flexible enough to do a drone, a scooter, an e-bike. How do I get those 12-year-olds that are couch surfing in a freaking game? I wouldn't even know how to do it. But there's this thing called e-games. There's all sorts of competitions digitally online around the world where people compete, Mario Kart or whatever, and the winner gets X. That is where I can grab those 9 to 15-year-olds. Because when we come out with an SUV at some point in the future, that will be a primary transport vehicle and not a toy, then I need the moms. How do I get the moms? I get the moms to their kids. How do I get the kids? I get the kids to their computer or to their phone. So it is a multi-pronged approach based on what demographics I need to access today to be ready for 5 years from now. And children on e-gaming, drones, scooters, e-bikes, hoverboards. You'll see us in 322 Simon malls with T-shirts soon. Do we make a lot of money on that? No. But if I see my brand in 322 malls in the US, that's awesome. I don't have to buy any advertisement for that. It's almost, I'll still make a few dollars on it, but I don't have to pay to get that kind of reach. I need that brand out there. So licensing, merchandising is what you'll see a lot in the next coming months.
Do you foresee a time where maybe the vehicle will be in a feature film at some point in the future?
Yeah, well, that is public now, but yeah, we are in Fast and Furious 10. They wrote a scene for the car. We don't know if it will end up in the final cut, but it's there. Red Notice, so Gal Gadot is driving the car, which is awesome. Atlas with Beyonce, and you'll see things. Will there be another Back to the Future movie? Don't know.
That's an interesting comment. So let's say, for example, a future Back to the Future movie comes. Do you foresee where you think it's a good integration with the new DeLorean versus staying connected with the existing brand from years past?
No, it has to go to the new one. That's one of the reasons why when we launched our Alpha 5, the new product, it's so far away from the classic DMC 12 that we actually had to build generational vehicles to tell the story. So we built a 1990 vehicle, we built a 2000 vehicle, we built a 2010 vehicle to explain how do we go from 1980 to 2022. And that was tough.
So you're telling a story.
Yes, we're telling a story, a 40-year story. So when we were at Pebble Beach last year, we had 6 cars there. Not just the Alpha 5, but also the cars from the past that nobody's ever known. And we showed a car from 2040, where we want to be in 20 years from now. So we actually brought 70 years of DeLorean history in one house. It was phenomenal.
That's impressive. So I want to go back to the NFT, because I want to make sure that hopefully the people that are watching us and our audience here hopefully can get a sense of, people can go and right now, correct me if I'm wrong, can go to DeLorean.com/reserve and they can go register and get an NFT. And then they own a production slot, which gives them the privilege and the ability to go purchase the vehicle. Right?
Ultimately, yes. That's the only way you can buy my vehicle.
So, like, no DeLorean dealerships. I can't go to the local,
Nope.
right. So this is my chance to be like, here we go. And then there's, I think, over 9,000 in production slots available for the vehicle. 4,000? Okay, so 4,000. So what happens if I get, like, as an example, 3,000, and Jordan gets the number 10 production slot? Like, how do I move up in the, like, I'm calling it the NFL draft?
Right.
How do I, like, move up in the ability to get access to the vehicle?
We're opening up an exchange, a marketplace. So a lot of people who bought the NFTs today is not going to be my car buyer. We know that. And we want that because we want people to be excited about the brand. So the people who are now number 1,000 and know that they can't afford a car, a year before production, I'm going to go to you and say, hey, you've number 1,000. It's your time. You need to spec your car. And this is your down payment on the car. And they're going to be like, not for me. So what they do is they put their number back into the exchange and they sell it to somebody who's interested to become number 1,000. But it's the same for a car owner. I mean, I can be all gaga over the car today. I have VIN number 2000, but I'm getting a twins for my wife, which is awesome. But that car's useless to me for 4 people or for 6 people. So maybe my life changed. I need an opportunity now to put my asset back into an exchange and just plain sell it. I can trade up, trade down, sell it, whatever. That's what the exchange is for. We will always be sold out. That's the good part.
So it's almost in essence like being either an early investor or having purchased stock when it's like kind of first going public, and then the company and brand increases in value, and then later on there's a secondary market where I can say, hey, and liquidity, where another person can go say, hey, I want to buy that.
Right.
And have an appreciation of the asset.
That's really, really what this is. It is the gamification and try to get people associate themselves with the brand and allow them to earn some money, hopefully. I think that's awesome. A lot of the people in the traditional car world are like, oh, we don't want that. No, we want that. It's great. I mean, I'd love to sell an NFT to the janitor in Miami for a school system. He'll never buy my car. But after an investment of $2,500, if he's got a good number, if he got VIN number 88, I can guarantee you he's going to get a 6-figure number out of his $2,500 investment. And that is what makes this exciting.
That's amazing. So in the meantime, like when will the actual production begin, and then how can they engage with the DeLorean experience between now and the actual launch and ability to actually get in behind the wheel of a DeLorean?
Well, after our wonderful launch, we have recovered from there. What the community will now start seeing is the collaborations that we do. They'll start seeing the licensing deals way earlier than anybody else. A good example is Mattel. You know those little Matchbox cars? They made 25,000 models of the DMC-12 and the Alpha 5 for $40. It sold out in 7 minutes. No marketing. So we are going to have another run of those cars just for our Alphas Club members and our NFT holders. So there will be events where only those people that own an NFT or be a member can come in. So there's a whole roadmap of benefits of being part of that brand, because it cannot just be let's wait for the car.
Amazing. So if people are an NFT holder, then there will be additional benefits to having the rights to be able to purchase the car in the future, but they'll be able to engage with DeLorean experiences and any of the activations that you're doing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Awesome. So, and then when do you plan on, I guess, and I guess you maybe already are, but is there going to be like a grand unveiling here as far as like putting yourselves really out there in a public way, like at scale?
The problem for me as an OEM, I'm talking cars now, supply chain is a mess. And one of our competitors, as a young startup, they took the money from the people, and then they said 2 years into it, oops, the price needs to go up. I really don't want to do that. And supply chain is a mess. It's really a problem. So I want to be much closer to actual startup production to launch the price. I think you can go balls out when you know price. Right now, it's all about production slots. And I'd like to push that boat out as far as I can until I know that the price I say is the price you're going to pay. I'm not there yet.
Amazing. And so as we wrap up, is there anything else you want to share with our audience and our viewers before we wrap up, Joost?
It's going to be an exciting journey. I mean, way beyond cars. That's the only thing I can say right now. DeLorean is going to be a household brand name again.
Awesome. Well, I think it already is, because I think like the vast majority of the world already knows. So thank you for being here at the Grit Daily experience at the Grit Daily House here at South by Southwest. And Joost, I can't wait to get behind the wheel of a DeLorean and hang out at some of the brand events that you guys will be having.
Cool. Well, thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you very much.
panel apparently, and we are here to talk about careers and how careers transition from how people transition from corporate America and into entrepreneurship is what this panel is all about. I want to say thank you to Grit Daily and Grit Daily House, to Block Telegraph. Let's get a round of applause for Grit Daily House. Woo! South by Southwest 2023. Okay. And action.
Hello.
We on? Yeah, we on. Well,
Check,
wow.
check. Mic check.
Big round of applause for Ken and Lachelle on the AV team back here. Nice. Well, okay. I mean, I'll take it. And Juan in back, the our private chef, and he is. We whipped up some breakfast tacos this morning.
Yeah.
Some steak tips. What do they want? Are they like steak tips or? Yeah, kebabs. Have a big round of applause for Juan.
Turn Jordan's mic up.
On the grill.
Turn Jordan's mic up.
On the grill. And then Ozzy, our awesome bartender. Big round of applause for Ozzy inside. Slinging the drinks. Steve Eddie's vodka. I think it's still like Dolce Vita tequila. Waterloo, they've been good to us for years. Waterloo's been great to us. Who else is new? Oh, Austin East Ciders. Great company. Ed started. Should have invested, long and short of it. But they're doing great. They're a local favorite. For the uninitiated and those who are just joining us, this is Grit Daily House. We are an official South by Southwest venue. We're a South by selection this year, right, Kwasi?
Yeah,
You know
South
it.
by big this year. Huge.
Okay, this is working. This is working. And then one more round of applause for HubSpot out front with a mac and cheese. That's great. Isn't it great to have like a food truck? How can you not have a food truck here in Austin, Texas? I'm going to point out just a couple of people real quick. Nate Wesson is here with Halbar Ventures. You'll be hearing from him a little later. Ahmed Reza is here. Big, you can just roll the applause. I want to hear it roar. Ahmed Reza here from Yobi app. Cesar Hernandez, one of the top 3 lobbyists hiding in the corner here out of Florida. Linda Jenkinson is here, first woman to IPO a company on the NASDAQ. She's here today. Chris Sands is here, SEO Maestro. We just keep rolling. Anna Hola Ward is in the building. She wrote the book SEO Battlefield. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. We really do. I'm gonna run out of names. I will run out of names too. But yeah, look, we're really blessed and grateful to be able to do this. Independent media outlet, Grit Daily is. We get away with a lot. Like TechCrunch's little brother, they say, Business Insider, a lot of comparisons there. But about the media house, it's the only open media house, meaning other news outlets go on our stage, including Fast Company, of which Kwasi's from Fast Company Executive Board. I'll get an intro to him in just a moment. But we saw earlier, Katie Canales, Eric Christopher from Entrepreneur. Katie was at Morning Brew now and the Milk Road. She's still around. And Business Insider formerly. We had a bunch of the crew. Suknanan, Scipione, and Sigalos, all the S's. From CNBC at one time or another in the past. It's great running an open media house because you get the whole crew, and 1 billion impressions later, here we are. So, love being official. Right, Kwasi? I'm gonna. His mic should really. We gotta launch it. Actually, I can give you this one here. But let's give them just a little bit more entertainment here and make sure AV is in good shape before we start rolling. Big round of applause for yourselves out here. Bring the energy. Good.
We in the building.
Good. I'll give you one more. Ed Zuckerberg is here. Dr. Zuckerberg in the house.
The doctor.
Big round of applause for some work he's doing. You'll see him on stage. He's on the podcast as well with Ahmed a little bit later. And I'm going to give Ken a little shout. Ken, do you need 1, 2, or 5? I just use it. Okay. All right, cool. We're going to roll here. Now you know how content gets made. It's like running a TV production.
This is how the sausage gets made, kids.
It is. I'm gonna hand this mic to you, Kwasi. Oh, and let you take it away. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jordan. My name is Kwasi Asari. I will be your moderator for this panel. It's a pleasure to be here. A pleasure to be with all of you. Amazing weather we're having today. Unseasonably warm, which is a little scary to me as someone who thinks about climate and the future of the planet. We haven't had snow much in this country this year, and it's a little scary again. But we're not here to talk about that. We're not here to talk about SVB either, which is something that's also on our minds. We are here to talk about is career paths and how each one of us has transitioned from corporate America into being into being an entrepreneur. Quick story about me. I am a member of the Fast Company Executive Board, which means I write for Fast Company. I, have a little bit of influence over there, I suppose. I'm also a serial entrepreneur. I'm the founder of Fedia, which is a marketing and business development agency. We do go-to-market. So if any of you guys need visibility in the world and you need to build and grow your companies, we can help you do that. I was the first new media director at Bad Boy Entertainment. You might have heard of an artist named P. Diddy who sold a few records over the years. I was lucky enough to work on projects with artists like Notorious B.I.G. and Janelle Monáe, Young Jock, Danity Kane. I've also worked on projects with Prince, LL Cool J, The Roots, on and on. I met Jordan a few years ago because, I don't know, I guess we just had a lot of mutual friends and people kept telling me I needed to meet this guy, Jordan. And when I met him, all of a sudden became like we've known each other for decades, and we've been working together ever since. So I'm really excited to be here. Thank you all for coming and joining us. I want to ask the panel a couple questions. We're going to start with introductions. This beautiful woman to my left, tell us a little bit about you, and how did you end up here at Grit Daily House?
I ended up here, luckily, because I am speaking later this week about connected cars and the consumer, and Cesar said, Cynthia, this is the more important place for you to be at Grit Daily House, so come here on Saturday. And so thank you all for having me. My name is Cynthia Holland, and I'm the founder of a new company that's putting on my way commerce on the dashboard of cars. So we're working with all of your favorite car brands right now so that really soon you're going to be able to say, hey, Minnie, I need coffee, and your car's going to buy it for you and make sure it's ready for you when you get there.
I think a lot about artificial intelligence, and I think it's helping us in a lot of ways, but at some point, it may not be so helpful, right? And maybe it works against us. What are your thoughts on how AI is evolving, and how do we make sure AI is actually serving us and that we're not serving AI?
So you didn't know this about me, but I'll tell you that in my very first life, I actually was working on my PhD in artificial intelligence and natural language processing at Columbia. And my professor of artificial intelligence told me a really important thing that I always remember when we have this conversation, that we only call it AI until the computers can do it, and then we just call it code. So artificial intelligence is what we think the computer is going to be able to do, that we want it to do, that we don't know how to make it do yet. After that, it's a series of logic that we've taken from what we already know that makes it more efficient and fast. And when you think about it that way, it's really not anything to be afraid of. It's doing what we already as people do, but faster and more efficiently.
I guess what I'm afraid of is like the machines, enslaving us and all of that. But we'll come back to that. I want to go to our next panelist here. Tell us a little bit about you. Yes.
Hi, everybody.
Check.
Hello. I don't know. Can I hear? Hello? Oh, wait, I'm switch. Hello? Oh, I switched.
Hi. Whoa. My name is Leslie Levito. I am the co-founder of a company called Cut Class, and Cut Class offers courses, and it's really about all the stuff that we wish we had learned in school to have extraordinary, fulfilling lives that we didn't learn. And we focus right now on helping individuals start their first business. And it is entrepreneurship, but most people that we work with kind of think more of, I want to be my own boss, because they're thinking a little bit more small business
I
oriented.
love your glasses, by the way. They're killing the game.
Thank
Seriously,
you.
killing the game. And to your left.
Yes, I'm Stephanie Ramirez. I'm a consultant for Steph Ramirez Consulting. Left corporate America towards the end of last year due to some tech layoffs, but I have a few months under my belt with my consulting, and Leslie and her team at Cut Class are my business coaches, actually.
So, Leslie, tell us about your journey from corporate America and into entrepreneurship. And what was that moment where you were like, you know what? I'm out. I'm burning the bridges. Fuck it.
God, yeah, I know exactly what that moment was. So I worked for BBD, which is a skateboard company, and we distributed at the time 7 brands globally. And I was the director of sales, and there was a need for more executive support. So I worked with them on a game plan, got my MBA at Pepperdine, and when I got that promotion for my chief of operations, it was actually only in title, and my pay was actually reduced because I was coming through sales. So that was definitely number one. But the second one was my 7-year-old one day, he was complaining about having to do after-school programs because I worked. And we were at a red light, and he looked at me in the rearview mirror, and he said, I would rather be living homeless on the streets with you if I could actually just be with you. And that's when I was like, the whole paradigm shifted for me, because I realized that even though I was providing for my son and giving him all these material things, I was only seeing him an hour in the morning, maybe an hour to 2 in the evenings. I was always stressed, anxious. When I was playing games with him, I was still like, hold on a second, I just gotta like answer this work email, you know? And so I was never present to what's really important to me. So that was like the 2 big moments for me.
It's very intuitive. You said he's 7?
Yeah, right?
It's very
7 years old.
Like intuitive person for him to see that and identify that and articulate it, certainly. Cynthia, I want to go back to you. So tell us about your transition from corporate America into being an entrepreneur.
I actually have a lot of respect for corporate America and love that they sign contracts with me and help make big things possible. And I have bounced back and forth between...
Give it up for corporate America. Yeah. Capitalism. Fuck yeah.
Well, really, this is counter to what a lot of people in the startup world like to think about startups. But in many ways, corporate America, because they're traded on the stock market, because they have to have profit to exist, are more focused on capitalism and profitability and viability than those of us who are getting venture capital money, and we can kind of go out and get eyeballs and do things that are not in the short run profitable. The balance of those 2 things are really critical, because innovation doesn't come when my job says my job is to make sure I don't get fired so I can pay for my kids to go to college. So my first life, again, I worked at a major Fortune 50 company, and everyone thinks they worked for the company that Dilbert was based on, but I know I did. And I knew that I had to get out of there, and my boss said, I'm doing everything I can. I'm laying you off. I'm giving you a stipend. We're getting you to Wharton.
I'm trying to think about a good Dilbert joke right now. I'll come back to that.
I went to business school. They threw me out of that company and said, you're getting out of here. We're giving you enough money to go to business school. Get out. You do not belong here. We're not going to let you die here, which was the best thing my corporate boss ever did for me. But I took everything I learned about watching those people get promoted and be successful in their corporation to take every one of my small businesses I've ever had since and know how to execute inside the corporate world to have my small business be able to be successful. So it's a symbiotic relationship that I really respect.
I'm loving your style, by the way. Seriously, all of it is just looking great. Just FYI.
Lisbon.
And so you've recently transitioned from corporate America into being an entrepreneur. Tell us about that transition, and what was your biggest realization in that transition?
Yeah, for me, it was kind of both. I've been wanting to always be an entrepreneur, so it was kind of like this itch that I had throughout the years, but obviously trying to move up the corporate ladder, I felt like I had to kind of go down that path. But in my recent career and in the tech industry, understanding that it's just like, it's not really stable as everyone says, well, actually any industry, working at a 9 to 5 or an entrepreneurship, but it's kind of just choosing your battle and choosing what challenges you want to face. So I think I always felt like I needed to have the stability of 9 to 5. So when I was part of the unavoidable like layoffs, I think it was kind of like light bulb moment of like, let me just do it now. Like, when will I have this opportunity to really do it? Like, finally invest in myself versus trying to jump into another 9 to 5. And also we were working fully remote at the time. So like during the entire pandemic, I was able to do my job and do it well. So I feel like kind of having that flexibility of doing like remote and never having to go back into an office, I wanted to kind of create that lifestyle for me moving forward. And I know a lot of jobs are transitioning either back to hybrid or fully in the office. I kind of want to be able to create my own schedule, but still be able to do the work that I love doing. So that was kind of like that shift that clicked for me.
And how's it been so far, like out in the wild? I mean, how's it been for you?
Out in the wild is a really good way to phrase that.
It's been good, honestly. I feel like I've always kind of had that motivation to do it, but having like business coaches to kind of set the foundation really helped me and accelerate the learning curve it does take to be an entrepreneur. But also what really helped is like the confidence boost, because you are by yourself. You are representing yourself. You're not hiding behind the company you work for or a brand. And so kind of building that confidence.
And Steph, you were like, I just don't know if I can do it on my own. Like, can I do it without that power of like a big brand? And you did it.
Yeah, it was a great support
Say
system.
that one more time. I want to make sure everybody hears that.
Which part?
She did it. No, well, she did it, right?
She has replaced her full-time income on her, and she's now working on her own terms, when she wants, where she wants, with who she wants. And it's only been, she started in November.
Yeah.
It's not that long ago.
Wow, that's amazing. Congratulations. Let's get a round of applause for that.
She's a rock star.
You know, and that begs the question about the future of work. You transitioned from a corporate role now into being an independent entrepreneur. When you think about the future of work and how we're going to operate going forward, the idea of the corporation is a little outdated, right? We're working from home. We're working on our own time. We talked about this earlier. Like, we don't want to be constrained by some random clock that is no relation to us. How are you guys dealing with how you're hiring people even in this future of work? Like, because as you're building your own companies, you have to actually hire people. So we're out in the wild, but then how do you create structure within that to actually be effective?
So we work with what we call permalancers. So a lot of people who are individual freelancers that we can count on, and everyone has that ability to have their freedom. And then we do have individuals that work for us, but because we're coming from a different paradigm, you don't have to work Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. Like, who says that's when you're going to be inspired or creative or hit a flow state? So everyone knows the job, what they're responsible for, and by when they have to do it. So it doesn't really matter when they do the work as long as it's there when we need it. And it actually works if you create that with people. It's just that we're not talking about working that way. So it's once people get it, they're like, oh, this is so much better.
I struggle because
Check.
just likes you better. I struggle because there is a new glamour to working in a startup that makes everyone think that they want to work in a startup. And it wasn't that way even 10 years ago, that you used to in a startup be able to attract people who understood that it was, you're going to have to sweep the floor sometimes, you're going to have to work all night sometimes, because we're all here together building something that requires 1,000% of everyone's energy and passion. And now you interview all these really smart, amazing people who want to work in a startup, and they want to be able to tweet that they work at a startup, but they don't necessarily want to actually work. And to distinguish those things takes it takes weeks of time, and they all want to make Silicon Valley salaries working in a startup because they heard that they should get $400,000 a year and 20% of your company to be your secretary. And it's a challenge.
Yeah.
So sorting that out from the very beginning and getting the real people who want to build a company versus people who want to work in a startup is where I think the struggle is now.
I think that's about because they're still taking employee mindset into a startup circumstance that doesn't work. You have to completely switch tracks up here.
Yeah, no, I think, again, when you're thinking about the future of work, a lot of us are going to have to figure out how do we transition our lifestyle from a corporate position where you have a Spanx account and you have all this stuff to now working in a garage and trying to build something. It's not such an easy transition. I want to ask the three of you guys, what was the moment in your life, though, that you said, hey, you know what? I'm willing to go and take the risk and do it. I know for you, it was just a few months ago, but we talked about it earlier. But Cynthia, for you, what was that moment where you were like, you know what? I'm ready. I'm going to make that leap.
When I started my first company, I don't think that I knew that that's what I was doing. I just knew that what I wanted to build was so important, and I was so sure of it that anybody who didn't understand it was wrong. And really, if anybody had ever told me how hard it was to start a company, I never would have done it. I mean, it's to know that payday is like a bad day when I actually have to take money out of my bank account and give it to other people, and you're going to be throwing up. I didn't know that. And now that I'm addicted, I couldn't go back to having a corporate life, but it's really unbelievably hard. But to know that you can control, if you know what the right thing is, working for someone else and trying to put 100% of your sweat and tears into making their vision right when you know their vision is wrong, you can't give 100% of yourself again to helping someone go in the wrong direction. And when you've had the joy of putting all of your passion into something, you don't ever want to go to a place where you're just going through the motions again. So you're stuck and you can't ever go back to just a reliable paycheck again.
Tell us about your current projects. We'll start on the end here. What are you working on now? Q2, what are you excited about as an entrepreneur?
I think for me, it was kind of just like leveraging a lot of the networks and friends that I had within the industry to really help them in their current situation. What I do specifically is social media strategy, where I basically, it's all rooted in data and insights, because I still felt in every company that I worked for, and even the most recent one, social media, although we know it's important, it's such a powerful tool, that people don't know how to measure it for success or know the value of it still. So it's kind of being that leader, being that internal consultant with showing people that data numbers don't lie, and being able to be more smart when it comes to their social first strategies, or even revamping their marketing strategies to include social media at the core. So it's been working with a bunch of different clients and just trying to figure out who do I really want to work for, who aligns with my values. I've been noticing more and more I loved just having being able to amplify the voice for those underserved communities. So just trying to find clients that I really vibe with.
By the way,
yeah.
Your hat game is on point for sure.
Thank you. And no, I just want to continue to grow and continue to bring on people to help support me, to really kind of just make sure those who are on social media know how to measure it for success and are empowered to do that in data and insights. So that's my goal.
Same question.
Well,
Priorities, Q2.
Yes. So
Q1.
Growing Cut Class and our program Out to Launch Academy, our goal is by the end of 2024 is 1,000 people have been made that transition into being a freelancer or a consultant, because that's the area that we specialize in. And then a personal Q2 project for me is, I know Brett was talking earlier about individuals who are on TikTok and how TikTok can really be a marketing arm. I am one of those individuals, but my transition going from a complete introvert into being an influencer, because I think that's another area where people are scared to start a business, because they're like, how would I get myself out there? How would I, create my brand? And happened for me in the last year and a half. So I think that's definitely what I have my eyes on.
You're on TikTok.
Yeah.
You want to do a TikTok dance for us?
I don't
right?
dance on I don't dance on TikTok.
No, what's your handle?
It's Let Go and Discover.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I as someone who's built many communities on social media, TikTok to me seems like quicksand. And I think about geopolitically, TikTok's positioning is not sustainable in this country. So I love the engagement, and they're juicing it hardcore to make sure that they're getting the numbers, and people are like, oh shit, I just joined, I have 10,000 followers the next day. I get it, but it's clear that it's not sustainable for any of us in this country.
It isn't, and it's definitely a single point of failure in my business. So I'm looking at other ways to get an audience. And I do think that there is some weird things going on with the algorithm.
Oh no,
right now.
they're
Like,
juicing all kinds of weird shit. I mean,
I think they're really promoting the people who are just now getting on, and getting them quick wins so that they get that dopamine hit and they're addicted. Because I have an audience of almost 100,000 followers, and I'm doing the same thing I've always done that has always worked, but it's not like the last few months have been
when,
really
when you
weird.
look at it's like your Instagram, your Facebook, and Twitter, and then all of a sudden your TikTok has 3 times the number of engagement. And it's unnatural, and there's a reason that it's happening, because they're obviously trying to. They have their own agenda. Clearly.
Absolutely.
Well, okay. Well, I didn't see. Okay. Well, I guess we're wrapping, guys. Again, I'm Kwasi Asari. I wanted to just make sure we all just say our name one more time before we leave. Thank you again, Jordan, for hosting us.
I'm Cynthia Holland, and the company is Mavi On My Way Commerce.
I'm Leslie Levito with Cut Class.
And I'm Stephanie Ramirez with Steph Ramirez Consulting.
And thank you, Jordan and Grit Daily House, for hosting this amazing event, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So we're missing a panelist. So you're Nita, and you are Nate. Okay, nice to meet you. Rachel, I'm a journalist for Flying Telegraph, and I'm launching a podcast soon. So yeah, I'm going to basically, because we don't. Thank you for joining us for this panel. My name is Rachel Wolfson. I'm a journalist with Cointelegraph. I'm also launching my own podcast soon called Web3 Deep Dive. And the name of this panel is how to build a growth board. Apologies. Just want to say thank you to Jordan and the Grit Daily House and Anne for all that you guys do. We've had some great talks today. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and let our panelists introduce themselves, and then I'll go into some questions. So I will let you start.
Hello, my name is Brittany Miritaren. I am head of business development at Harpy. We are a blockchain security solution for consumers and enterprise.
It's on now. Great. My name's Linda Jenkinson, and I was the first woman CEO founded a list on the NASDAQ and built just under $1 billion in companies. I currently chair multiple growth boards on the ASX as well as private boards. So spend a lot of time growing and building growth boards. So lovely to be here today.
Hi, I'm Nate Wasson. I'm the co-founder of Halbar Partners. We're a growth equity firm focused on entrepreneurship through acquisition, sustainability, decarbonization at scale, and liquidity for founders. And so my role in growth boards is really around helping entrepreneurs understand what it is makes a great board, how do they really attract and understand those members and stakeholders, and then what it is that will help them at the moment of scale to increase their overall company in the way that's most meaningful to them. And that's a real important point of differentiation. It's not necessarily a revenue measurement, but it's a total measurement. And we'll talk a little bit about that as we go through.
Great. Well, I guess my first question is, and Linda, I'm going to ask you this. What is a growth board?
So I always say to people, there's sort of, to really simplify it, there's three worlds. There's the SME world, or small companies, 1 to 10 million that grow less than, say, 5%. And then there's corporates. And the middle world is growth. So high growth usually is you're starting from 0 and you're building to 2, 10, 20, 50, 100. And usually you get to about 250 million and you're really then moving into the corporate side. So I've built companies from 0 to 200 US multiple times. And so I've had a lot of experiences with really good and really bad growth boards.
Nate or Brittany, would you like to add anything there about what is a growth board?
Yeah, for me, a growth board is really around, I do work in this SME world, small to medium-sized enterprise. And for me, a growth board is really finding those folks who can connect with the entrepreneur in a way that allows them to do what they're best at and engage with others that provide subject matter expertise or allow them to lean in various domain expertises that they wouldn't have access to otherwise. And you have to be very intentional as you think through those folks on your board.
I come from a little bit of a different background where I am sort of the contribution to our team for that growth model. We are a startup. They are funded 20-year-olds, and they have a wonderful amount of capital and access. And they are expanding the team for growth by bringing in people with more traditional business experience. So probably that SME right before you guys get into your growth space.
Let's talk a little bit about the first steps involved when building a growth board. So what would the first step be, I guess, if...
Shall I start? Yeah. Okay, so normally you start with building, people call it an advisory board, but it's not really a board, it's a set of advisors, because a critical element is having people that you trust and can work with you and really add value. So for example, early on in one of my VC-backed companies, I got like a big name and he never showed up to one board meeting. So, it's like actually knowing that people can add value and you can understand and communicate with them in a way, and they're really committed to the company. So typically what I do is I build a whole set of advisors, and then I see how they behave and can they add value, and they're the ones that I would bring onto the board. The advantage of being a serial entrepreneur is you have a whole world of people like that you can bring in to do that. So to me, it's a lot of it's about trust and impact. And so that's a really important thing to start with. And a lot of people don't do that, and they live to regret it.
Yeah, so champion. You need a champion. You absolutely have to have somebody who's a champion. You have to have somebody who's a challenger. Somebody who takes what you're thinking and completely turns it on its head. And somebody who will destroy your business model, take your business plan, throw it in the trash and walk out the door, but then call you a few minutes later and say, all right, you ready to start over again? Because I'm about to help you, right? So that iterative process of having challengers and champions on your board at the very early stages, I think one of the mistakes, and we'll talk about things that went well, but things that frankly we learn from our mistakes a little bit more, is that you get a whole lot of champions in the room, a whole lot of folks cheering you on, but you actually don't get a whole lot of challengers in the room. And unfortunately, you're not getting the kind of feedback as an entrepreneur that you should.
Yeah, so for our side, I think it's really interesting because our growth strategy is balancing like your new age Gen Z mentality with some more traditional business background that a lot of us here might have, and then of course I fill in that millennial gap right there, and that's been the most interesting focus for us. Is I was previously always the youngest person on my teams or on whatever board we were sitting on, and I was always the friction point, right? So it's really interesting coming into that growth board role from the other side, but really absorbing, the new growth ideations that we do see from the younger generation as well.
You make a really good point, because I also wanted to ask about diversity when it comes to these growth boards. How important is diversity, and how can we ensure that moving forward? Obviously, we don't want a board full of the same people with the same opinions, and I think the younger generation coming in is really important as well. But what are your thoughts on diversity?
Well, it's I find it quite disheartening, the status of it. I judge a lot of the companies in terms of high growth, etc. And what I see, I did one just recently, and 95% of the boards were not diverse. And it's interesting, if you go and look at a lot of the startups today, most of them aren't diverse. And I think and you can see some of the challenges that are going on in the industry because those diverse opinions weren't at the table to ask those questions to broaden the thinking. So I think there's some progress, but I find it quite disheartening, and that people don't realise that, just like having a challenger rather than just having cheerleaders, actually having really good diverse voices around the table significantly changes your outcome based on a values basis, but also on a performance basis. So, and I still hear the same thing. I was at the Stanford Rock Directors course recently talking to some of the, big investors and the big funds, and they're like, well, we can't find them, and it's just not right.
So if you can't find them, you're not looking, right? So there's a degree of intentionality when you build a board, and that degree of intentionality has to start with the founder. And if you're thinking about entrepreneurs that we support in our entrepreneurship through acquisition program, we now have 35 folks in there. Every single one of them, I promise you, we're screened on the front end for this intentionality about building a board of advisors and a group of people who are challengers and champions. I'm pretty sure that if you're going to be a challenger, you cannot think like everybody else in the room. And having more of those thoughts around the table is going to help you build faster, stronger, more thoughtful products and services and bring to market in ways that are really meaningful to your stakeholders.
And just to add on that, those are all really good points. I think the biggest thing to always consider is how many points of diversity can you create? Because there's the general points of diversity that are obviously hot topics, but there's also diversity in where you're from, how you were raised, your age, your background, what industry you're from too. So I love seeing boards that are not only diverse, like a rainbow or in languages, but also show a lot of distinction in all the other variable choices.
So at what point in a company's life cycle should they start thinking about building a growth board? Like, is a company formed and they're like, all of a sudden we need a growth board? Or how long does that take, and when should they start implementing that?
Really good question. It's interesting. You don't want to do it too early, but you don't want to leave it too late, that's a really vague answer. But it's really true. A lot of people I see with startups, they go and get a board when they really haven't got product market fit. And at that point in time, you need to be moving really fast and testing all the time. And you don't actually know what you're going to be yet when you grow up. And so that's where, to me, you have the advisors and functional. The other element of that is having a CEO who's one step ahead of you and a CEO who's exited. So starting to build that, and then once you get product market fit, you really want to do a board then, because you want to do it prior to doing a major fundraising, because you don't want to be in a position where the investors are telling you who should be on the board. You should have been in an active, it should be your board because it's your company and it's your vision and you know what you need. And with all due respect.
That was a shot at me. Thanks. Our partnership with Novastone Capital Advisors, which is our ETA group, a syndicate of family offices deploying capital, we do ask for a board seat pretty early on as we go through, and it is absolutely, we'll actually try to take an advisory seat. I do want to say, you mentioned not doing it too soon. I've been listening a lot about and thinking a lot about the concept of smooth is fast and fast is smooth, right? And thinking about if an entrepreneur wants to start their journey, they need to go fairly fast, but they need to do it with a deliberate intentionality, and having all those challengers at first really doesn't help you develop product market fit, really doesn't help you acquire a company that's going to be something that you're passionate about, being able to bring that passion alpha into your work every single day. But once you have that, once you've done that, then it's time to build a board. You wait to the end, right before a pre-IPO situation, you're about to exit, you're going to be in real trouble because you're going to be forced to put people on your board that you didn't choose and may not actually be the right fit for the organization.
Well, I had a very good question. So once a board is established, how often does it change? And then what happens when it does change? And why does it change?
It's really interesting. A lot of entrepreneurs, and especially in America, they look at it. Some people stay on boards for 20 years here. It's crazy, right? It's and they don't set up agreements. So to me, a board is always evolving. And in terms of one of the things I do and really encourage people to do is to evaluate what's the skill set matrix. Make sure that you have agreements in place with your board that they're reviewed every year, and then you have that ability to move people on. In the best world, it's usually it depends on the speed that the company's growing and is the board fit for purpose, where very early stage people could be completely different to the next stage in terms of what that looks like. So it really does depend, but I think the concept of constantly reviewing it, just like, when you're growing a company, your executive team is very different when you're less than 5 million to when you're 25 or 30 million. It's the same with your board and advisors. So ensuring that you're having those conversations, because, I didn't do that early on, and some of those early board members don't talk to me because they were so mortally offended that I'd moved them on because I hadn't set up that process and expectation. So I think it's actually something that you say, being really thoughtful, really appreciating people, but assessing what the company really needs is important.
So let's take a page from term limits are a good thing in most things. Let's just say it's good for this situation as well. You need to start with term limits. It challenges the founder or entrepreneur as well. If you have this amazing board member, you'll figure out you can amend the bylaws, but start with term limits, right? Start with the way we've done it in some boards that I'm on today. We start with 3 years, and then at the end of 3 years, you can renew for another 3. Frankly, you can renew for another 3 after that. You are done at that point. You cannot serve on most boards at that 9th year, and it is a wonder. You're with them for the journey, but there's exit points, off ramps along the way. and then you can actually go through and say, hey, I've got to challenge myself to find somebody just as amazing as the person who just left my board, and that's a growth moment for the founder or entrepreneur as well.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add is that a stagnant board makes a stagnant company, and that change and refresh is so important for figuring out who you are going to be when you grow up, and you might know that at one point, and then it cycles on, so that shaking up's really important.
Yeah, I also just want to add, it is really important also with companies changing directions so frequently in the tech space. So I've been in the crypto and blockchain space since 2017, when building private blockchains for enterprises was cool. I mean, that was like ages ago, right? Now we're talking about public blockchains, and like the IBM blockchain model is dead. So anyways, no offense to IBM, but I think it's important to maintain different board members when tech changes so frequently. Do you guys agree?
Absolutely. I mean, that's the definition of growth, is that you don't know who you're going to be when you grow up, and how many times are you going to pivot. You might start as B2C and end up as enterprise, and you need completely different people. You just don't know.
Yeah, I have a 12-year-old daughter. Pivot, we understand pivots in our household, right? So it is important if I'm on her board. Hopefully she's not going to roll me off the board too soon, but eventually that's going to have to happen, and she's going to have her own set of advisors, and we'll go from there.
The only thing I'll add is that blockchain example was so perfect because, at least in the blockchain and crypto space, everything moves at 10x speed. So 3 months is 3 years. And what launched or what created a project or got it funded could be an entirely different thing than when it's offering 6 months later.
Yes, I've seen a lot of changes happen in the industry since 2017, and now we're at a point where it's like, what is going on? But that in mind, I kind of want to spice up the conversation a bit before we end the panel. Can we talk a little bit about Silicon Valley Bank and how a situation like that, I had to do it, guys, sorry. Silicon Valley Bank, how a situation like that will impact companies and their growth boards?
Well, a colleague of mine is on the board, so I think I'm really, really hoping that FDIC and someone buys it this weekend, is what I'm hoping.
I am a former Silicon Valley Bank employee, so somebody might have let that out of the bag, right? So
I didn't know, actually.
Look at that, yeah.
I just wanted to be a journalist and ask the tough questions.
So and it wasn't that long ago that I had spent some time at Silicon Valley Bank, and I will tell you, it was an incredible place to be. It was they were on the front side of amazing amount of incredible employee policies, ways to think through innovation, ways to support the innovation economy in ways that I was always proud to be at. And to your point about, I hope somebody buys them in the next 24 to 48 hours. I hope one of the folks that are currently looking at them think through long and hard about kind of keeping that piece of it, that really special part of the growth and innovation economy together, right? And I think that core part of that business, corporate finance aside, was amazing, and I'd love to see, if it's not Silicon Valley Bank going forward, somebody step into that role and continue to support the work that's been done in that space.
I'll tepidly add here. As somebody that was coming into the workforce, shortly before 2008, watching all this can be a little bit too fresh, honestly, in my experience, and I think it says a lot about boards and leadership and things because, it does, when there's involvement in things and things keep recurring, you might look to your advisors there and see why things are happening over and over again. And I think that's one of the most important things is not just being like, okay, we got a clean break, let's go ahead and let's do this over. It's how can we do this over differently? What fresh perspectives can we take in to prevent this from happening again and next time? So, hopefully on the next cycle we learn that.
If I can just add to that, I've got a number of companies right now, like literally Friday, investors pulling out of. It's really interesting to have people on your board who've been through near bankruptcy, near death experiences, shut companies down, because it's many startups or growth companies, you can't fund it off your credit card anymore. It's much more vulnerable as you get bigger, but not big enough. And I'd say that really comes back to it really being discerning about the skills that you've got around the table, which is, there's a lot of, and I do agree, one seat for investors, but there's a lot of companies that are all investors where you haven't had that person who's been at the coalface of just about failing and understanding, not going into fear. And I would argue that what happened with Silicon Valley Bank was a lot of people going into fear, and then you create the situation that you don't want to have happen. And I think that is in the growth world, it's a critical skill set that people don't value until it happens to them.
Yeah, counterparty risk is a real thing. So here we go. Right now, you've learned that counterparty risk. If you're, in the growth stage, right, you've got to this really critical point where you're post-product, post-revenue, post-profit. You're right at the edge of really scaling and growing, and now your counterparty, no matter what space it is, has changed in a meaningful way, and you had more risk than you realized. So I think this is a reminder of a lesson that we should have learned a couple times by now, but it's important that many of our founders and entrepreneurs haven't gone through this yet, and they'll be able to look at counterparty risk through a new lens.
Right. Do you want to add? Okay, well, I think we're almost out of time, so I just want to wrap up here. Do the panelists have any final thoughts that you want to let the audience know, or anything that I didn't cover that you just want to say?
I'm a real founder advocate, and I chair a number of public boards of $1 million to $75, $100 million companies, and only half of them have got the founders left. And I'd say one of the ones who do have founders left were really thoughtful about getting people around them through the board to take them through the journey. And I really enjoy those companies because it takes such a lot to build a company, and not being there further down the line because they've been fired is, to me, really sad. So this is a really important topic, because this is all about enabling both a successful financial outcome, but also a successful business outcome for founders. And I just wish I could show you what these companies look like, because they just don't. So many companies do not focus on this enough, and I find it so. Please make notes.
So capital can be a catalyst where we can take entrepreneurs to another level, but it's really around stakeholder engagement and the boards you put around you that will help your founders and entrepreneurs stay in the role and lead these companies through multiple changes, multiple iterations, and ultimately into successful, engaged parties in our global ecosystem. So thank you for having us and allowing us to share, our passion and thoughts around this topic.
And I'll just say that, growth mindset. I mean, your growth board, we should be in a growth mindset all the time. And if your business isn't thinking in a growth mindset, what's it going to do? So.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thank you, panelists. It was great, really insightful. And thanks again, Jordan, Grit Daily, Anne, and everyone who's made this house possible today.
Rob Pecoraro. I'm a technology journalist, which means I'm trying to find ways to ensure that AI does not take my job. So maybe this panel is going to enlighten us. Don't get me depressed already. So I thought I'd start. I'm a DC-based tech journalist, been around since AI wasn't even a buzzword. I've seen a few things come and go, didn't always pan out as predicted. So I thought I would start. Introduce yourselves in a sentence. Tell me what brought you to this field.
I've been in AI for about 40 years. This is my third AI hype cycle. I pushed for machine learning approaches in the first place for natural language understanding and pioneered stuff like Google Translate.
Hi, my name is Anne Ahola Ward. I'm CEO of CircleClick, author of the SEO Battlefield, published by O'Reilly.
Good publisher.
And my fans section is right there. I'm an SEO by trade, so I'm no stranger to AI because SEOs have been friends with AI for a very long time by way of our tools and other things, but I won't go into that. And this is John.
And I'm Ant's friend. No.
Good answer.
Woo! My name is John. I'm a serial SaaS entrepreneur. My first startup was a call center software company called Five9, which today is a NASDAQ listed and traded company. My second one was in healthcare. It was called DoctorBase. It was a way for patients to message their doctors securely. And we grew that to 18,000 American doctors, 9 million American patients. We wanted to expand it internationally, but we were told Canadians, dangerous, can't have Canadian doctors on the platform.
But they're nice.
Dangerous, uneducated. So we sold it to a company called Cario, a large digital healthcare company in Southern California. And now I run a startup called JetBridge. We're a marketplace for software engineers. And I guess my relation to AI is in the past, I've probably been guilty of describing our small shell script as AI on a landing page. But now we are actually using generative AI to help our recruiters write email candidates.
So let's start with that. When is the last time you were fooled or not fooled by AI text and thought, a human wrote this? And what tipped you off?
Well, first of all, how do you know if you've been fooled? Because you've been fooled, right? So I reject that notion out of the gate. I would say, as an SEO, chum has been a problem that we have dealt with for a long time. Your early days of SEO, it was about generating as much content as you could. And so I can spot it from where it's been the most prolific has been in reviews, because some of them are so obviously fake and repetitive in their phrasing. So I think early days it was really easy. Now I think it's harder, but if it can fool me, I'm actually fine with it.
I mean, honestly, humans fool me all the time into thinking that what they're writing is AI generated.
There are a lot of humans on Twitter who fail the Turing test every day.
That's right. That is right.
John?
Engineers who are inundated by in-mails and emails from recruiters is that recruiters just spam software engineers and technical people like you. And the big joke is I'm a J2EE developer, and I've always been for the last 25 years, and I get constant job offers for React positions or Python positions. This isn't a great answer if you're a recruiter. They don't look like recruiters. But mostly what we've seen our team of recruiters do is do very repetitive tasks. And so the emails they write are incredibly generic. So what we've used generative AI for is to read a job description, job vacancy, scan that candidate's LinkedIn profile, and then it'll write a message that says, like, hey, Ann, based on your React project at Rappi, we would love to see if you're a fit for Invite, which has a front-end developer position available for. So, to answer your question, I know it's generated by AI at my work because it's highly customized, and recruiters speak in genericisms, right?
I was impressed by your profile.
I was impressed by your profile, right? And here's a link to the job. But it's amazing how generative AI now, just from having two sets of data, one's a job vacancy and the other is a LinkedIn profile, can tailor outbound recruiter spam. It's amazing.
See, actually, you're making me think that the job seekers should use AI to have their resumes customized for the job description. So let's take off on that. What are the right tasks for this, where we should be relying on this, not just because we're trying to save money and get rid of somebody's job? What is AI going to be better at than a human? Where should we want to have it do the work?
I think AI is basically great for scale at this stage, but I also think that a lot of the things that we're talking about, and ways to detect if something was AI generated, either by a human or by an AI, is sort of a very short-term question. That's going to disappear really quickly because the things that people look at now to tell was this AI generated are so easily modified. By next year, those tricks aren't going to work. And in fact, sort of the cat and mouse game that we're looking at right now, where there's generative AIs and then you have tools increasingly that are looking for ways to catch them, and then the generative AIs doing a leapfrog over that. That's just a manual version of the adversary, GANs, right? And we know that GANs are going to improve very rapidly because you're constantly iterating on fooling it. And so, I think the question of what do we use generative AIs for, is rapidly it's such an early 2023 question. By next year, it's going to be sort of all of these things will be undetectably for many of these mundane tasks, right? And so you want to use the generative AI for anything that is fairly mundane, fairly rote, and not worry about whether or not it's detectable. The question of whether it's a good use of it, I think it boils down to whether you're finding a use case for it that makes sense business-wise. And then the other half of the conversation has been, people are cheating using generative AI, which to me, as a longtime professor, is kind of a red herring. If your way of assessing a student's skill is based on whether they can produce writing the same as a generative AI, you're not assessing their understanding correctly, right? And so my answer to your question is use it for whatever you can that's mundane. If it's something that's beyond the level of creativity that is possible this year, then wait till next year, because that's also shooting up leaps and bounds.
Interesting. AI has been a part of my life for a long time, from Google Select, trying to game that to understand what Google thought was a category group as an SEO. But I think where I'm the most personally excited about the applications of AI would be medical. Specifically, I am enamored with the Sepsis Watch study by Duke University, where they were using machine learning to identify the most common cause of death in hospitals, which is sepsis. And so they were finding that machine learning was able to detect signs before a nurse or a doctor could spot it, and overloaded medical staff, right? So I believe that technology can and should make your life better. So I don't see it as something that I'm scared of. I see it as something that will become a superpower. I've harnessed it in my work. Certainly I'm spending less now on copywriters, but it's never going to replace humans, I think, fully. I just think it's going to become something that will be quite dynamic and interesting for us and enable us. I also would like it to complete my text while I'm driving, to actually tell my husband what I'm doing. If I could just start the thought, that would get better, I'd be happy with that too.
In our world, recruiting is one of the remaining white-collar professions where you can make high six-figure salaries. But if you look at an 8-hour day of a recruiter, 85 to 95% of a recruiter's time isn't spent talking to candidates. It's spent sifting through LinkedIn profiles, composing an email, trying to get them to respond. and about 5 to 10% of your time is actually on Zoom interfacing with a candidate, right? We are looking at, within the next 18 months, most of that 80 to 85% of analyzing a profile and sending a message being fully automated and actually done slightly better by AI, right? And so my fear is what's going to happen to the profession of recruiting. I mean, it's something a lot of people make a really good living on. And if that industry is going to be compressed down, where sourcers, people that just look at LinkedIn profiles, that's gone. Your senior recruiter that had 2 years of training in how to read a profile and send an email, that's gone. I mean, we eliminated that like 2 weeks ago, right? Our recruiters don't write emails anymore, they just edit them. Then really the art of recruiting will be the art of running a great interview, because that's something AI is not going to do, right? But again, that may mean that 65 to 70% of the world of recruiting and those professions and jobs goes away.
So what you're saying is at least my panel moderation looks pretty economically sound for the foreseeable future.
I mean,
More or
to
less.
be fair, every use, like CNET is the best example of what happens when you unleash AI as a means to replace journalists. Horrible consequences. It's going to be litigated for years, the aftermath of that. I think you're fine.
There's actually a local news site near where I live where the publisher has been very open about, they're a small shop, Arl now, for Arlington, Virginia, and he said this doesn't work for original reporting. Don't bother. What he does, and it's labeled, he uses it to just generate a news summary at the end of the day. The really automated stuff that probably the human reporters are like, do I have to do this again? And so that's a job that he finds. It fits because it's summarizing stuff that's already out there.
Right. I mean, if you're an obituary writer,
Yeah, there's a craft to that first sentence, who was, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, the only ones I've submitted I wrote myself, but I mean, I think things like that where there's finite information or known information, right?
So you were talking before about tests that are not going to work anymore. What tests do work? If people want to sort of figure out, did a machine generate this? What are the tells?
Yeah. So I think any answer that we give today, and I could give a bunch of answers. Everybody's read about, using Bersiness, using Perplexity, which are all of which are like 30, 35-year-old techniques. That's so easily gamed if we want to. And so I think we need to take a step back and look at what is the big picture. The big picture is everybody's on this hype bandwagon about generative AI right now. But what we need to think about is the other side that nobody's talking about for some reason, which is interpretive AI, right? The way you detect generated stuff is by having a better interpreter, right? If you have an AI that's doing interpretation of the language, and if it's doing deep interpretation, that's how you sense what is the quality of the ideas that are being generated. And that's how, we as humans, that's how an AI has to be able to judge, was this just like words strung together that kind of seemed on the surface of it convincing because it's fluent, et cetera, and full of cliches? Or does it have, deep ideas that are framed that are more unique? Right, and in natural language interpretation and understanding, which is something that we've been working on, deepening for 30 years now, especially in translation and interpretation systems. You want to get to things like how are the semantics framed? What are the semantic frames? How are the metaphors chosen that are being used to frame the ideas? Right, and this is this level of stuff that the generative AIs, large language models, right now don't actually have a model of. They're not aware, they're not conscious of it, and so they end up spitting out stuff which is sort of full of surfacey cliches. They're not deep metaphors on the whole, unless somebody has used that deep metaphor before in the training text, right? And so it's brute forcing it right now because the largest language models are trained on about 10% of all the text on the internet, and so nobody's read that much, and it might pull out a metaphor that some writer sometime came up with that you've never seen before, and you think, oh, that's really original. No, it's not, right? And so if you build an interpretive AI on that scale, where the interpretive AI recognizes, oh, that was an idea, a metaphor that was spoken by so-and-so, right? That's how you actually end up being able to detect things. That's how you actually end up being able to go beyond what, the sort of surface games that we're playing now. So, even though this surface tech is super useful, it's not going to get to the stuff that you really want. It might get to, like, let's say that you're applying generative AI to try to game SEO. Ultimately, the SEO is going to want to have a very strong interpretive AI and say, okay, you've got a lot of phrases that kind of match the domain of the query, but did you get the deep idea in the query? And do the deep ideas in the page beyond, sort of surfacey phrases actually make sense for the query, right? And that's going to need deep interpretive AI.
Well, I know it's not AI if it's grammatically and syntactically incorrect and there's misspellings and there's lazy punctuation, right? So we look at a lot of LinkedIn profiles, just the nature of our job, right? We got to recruit developers for our marketplace. And more engineers are using ChatGPT to, like, hey, ChatGPT, summarize my experience and optimize it for recruiters. But the interesting ones we see aren't, like, we just recruited a senior tech lead out of Boston, and his LinkedIn About section is, I like bananas, right? Like, clearly ChatGPT didn't write that. Right, and he's such a good engineer. He doesn't really need LinkedIn for a job, right? He's got a network for that. So you read that and you're like, okay, our other profiles, they're like lazy punctuation. You're like, okay, obviously this is a human.
I'm not even on LinkedIn.
What?
Well, thank you for saving me from looking you up.
I did look you up. I'm like, what's going on?
I mean, I think where we are right now is in a transitional phase where people are kind of excited, they're on board, but I would liken it to, Homo habilis transitioning to Australopithecus afarensis. So you're going from power grip to precision grip. It's holding a hammer versus holding a pen, right? So it's kind of become a blunt tool that we see and we want to apply it and we're all excited about it. But then there's that faction that's scared of it that takes it right to Skynet. And I never fault someone for being scared of what they don't understand, but I think people like us, technologists, the duty is on us to help others explain and embrace it, because this is something that is going to make our lives better, more rich, more interesting. It's going to innovate. I mean, people were afraid of photographs. The invention of the photograph changed news. It changed art. It changed so many things. It's a pivotal moment. And so I think if you're anything but happy about it, then you just don't understand it. So it's on the individual to get excited.
Photography is a good example because there are all these sort of traditions and expectations, like you're allowed to do this kind of filtering. You can do an automatic filter in Google Photos, that's okay. But traditionally, you're not supposed to remove things from the photo. Of course, no, Google wants us to do that. That's a sales pitch in a Super Bowl ad. How should the use of AI writing be? Do you put ChatGPT on the byline with you? What's a good labeling practice to follow here?
So the question here, there's kind of two versions of this question. One is, what would be good for the quality of the material, right? And the answer to that question is use whatever, right? If to the extent a large language model actually helps improve the content, that's great. It helps humanity. But then there's the other half of the question, which I think is important not to mix up into that, which is sort of what happens to intellectual property and copyright and all that kind of stuff. And that is actually a topic that I think is long over. It's one of the topics I've been trying to get into international conversation. The metaphor of intellectual outputs as property is, A, centuries old, B, sort of unique to one corner of the world historically, and the rest of the world found it a really weird alien concept. Sort of like, how can you own the air? It was useful because we were shoehorning economics, incentives for creators into a system that had evolved based on physical manufacture, and so we limped along with it for a while. Entered the 21st century AI era. That metaphor is way long in the tooth. That metaphor needs to go away. In the same way that inventing that metaphor in the first place revolutionized economics and society and catalyzed progress. The advent of AI is nothing like we have ever seen. Nothing the planet has ever seen. Some people say it's the fourth industrial revolution. No, it's not. That it's comforting to hear that because it implies somehow like, oh, well, we handled the first three, we know how to do that. But that was about automating muscle. When we automate ideas and opinion and influence, everything changes. This is not the fourth of anything. This is the first. And along with a revolution of that scale, it is imperative for us to do the same kind of radical thinking that led to the idea that you could make intellectual output something that was a scarcity, something that was ownable, controllable. We need to actually think in an AI era now. We've been remixing ideas throughout human history. And now we've entered a time when AIs are helping us to remix those ideas. Where does the credit go? Where does the incentive go? Well, look, AI scale problems can only be tackled using AI itself. We need to take AI and we need to use AI to look at what is the provenance of ideas. Where do ideas come from? Who did you mix into this output? And then automatically distribute some of the financial rewards back to those creators at AI scale, which is now possible.
That's a subject for another panel. I'd like to know more later on. I'll have you know, I have my notes on paper, but did they originally come from ChatGPT? You'll never know. Thank you, everybody. We're now moving on to the next panel.
Thank you.
What you do? It's like a baby. Yeah. All right. How can Austin lead the market for tech talent? With Ahmed Reza, Nicole Cobbler, and Dr. Edward Zuckerberg. It'll be a fascinating panel. And take it away.
Thank you. This is on, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm Nicole Cobbler. I'm a reporter with Axios. I'm based here in Austin. I don't know if there's anyone locally based here, but if you are in Austin, you should subscribe to our free newsletter. It is truly a daily roundup of local news, tech, real estate. You know, I'm I'm biased, but I would suggest it for anyone based here. I'm really excited today to chat with Ahmed Reza and Ed Zuckerberg. And we're gonna talk about your connection to each other. I'd love to hear about how you both met, and yeah, and of course, like, introduce yourself too.
Certainly. Hi, I'm Ahmed Reza. I am an AI geek, a serial entrepreneur, and the founder of Yobi, which is a unified communications app, but really what we make are digital synths. So it's a synthetic agent. So I have a synth right now that's having multiple conversations online in my voice. Yeah, it's here. Hello. We just recently started rolling it out, but our app is focused on small businesses, although we're getting a lot of interest from larger businesses as well now. But we wanted to supercharge the entrepreneur. So if you're a small business owner, you wanted to hire somebody else to do sales, now you can just literally clone yourself and you can do more sales, more marketing, and have the synth handle a lot of the interactions for you. But as far as like our story of how we met, I'm actually going to hand it off to Dr. Z because I've just already told you one really crazy thing. I don't want to do two.
So I've been a dentist for 45 years, although I have really limited how many mouths my hands have been in the last 10 years since I moved to California. Having 3 kids, migrate from New York out here, didn't get my wife and I to follow until the first grandchild was born. So we relocated. I've been teaching, lecturing, advising startups in the oral healthcare field. Now I'm in venture capital for a company, Revere Partners, that invests only in pre-seed and early seed oral healthcare companies. And I'm also the chief dental officer for 2 companies, Keystone Bio and Viome, that are raising the standing of dentists as primary healthcare practitioners through the knowledge that certain bacteria, P. gingivalis, which if you haven't heard of it, you will soon, is a primary driver for what's what of diseases affecting mankind: heart disease, Alzheimer's, diabetes, digestive cancers, arthritis, you name it. And I was lecturing in Las Vegas about 6 years ago, and I was walking the exhibit floor at a dental meeting, and there was this guy that caught my eye wearing a sumo wrestling suit, and that was this guy. And he was promoting his company at the time, which was Call Sumo, which was doing call analytics for dental offices. So we met. Ahmed was based in San Jose, and I'm based in Los Altos, both in the Bay Area and California. So we had coffees and decided to kind of collaborate. And I've been, I guess the best word to describe me is a sounding board for ideas, and help shape Ahmed, with some of his pivots. I think I was instrumental in convincing him to finally take some money, and Ahmed had been pretty successful and was funding his current startup by himself. And I discussed the importance of establishing valuation by raising money and also helping him grow. So I think I finally got through. It took a while to get through on that one.
It did. Also, Dr. Z's been very instrumental in the way that whenever we build something, we show it to him, and he tells us how creepy it is. So
I didn't know that I would get a sumo wrestler story out of asking that question, first of all. Both of you are based in the Bay Area, but Ahmed and I were just talking about how in 2017, that's not that long ago, but Austin was not the kind of tech hub that it is today. And I'm really interested in hearing what has changed and what do you think makes the city now attractive to these startups that are coming from California to Austin?
So we considered moving to Austin, and in 2017 during the summer we hung out in Austin for a little while. It was a little hot, but we used to live in Florida before, so we didn't mind the heat too much. The part of it that ultimately made us decide to be in the Bay Area is the concentration of the number of geeks, to be honest, right? You're weird and you're around other really weird geeks, and it's really amazing. I love it. And then during the pandemic, many of those geeks moved to Austin, and I was like, dude, it's so I think Austin's changed significantly. You've had some pretty significant folks move here, and as they moved, the tech community grew here as well. And the governor, the state, the city, I think have also been very, very supportive as well. And the best part that I liked about Austin when I came in 2017 was that it said keep Austin weird. It's being a weird person, feels like home. And I was thinking about what to wear today, and I figured everybody would be dressed like me, so I wanted to dress like not me. But it's kind of hot.
Yes. And Dr. Zuckerberg, you were a really early adopter of technology in dental offices, and you've worked very closely with small businesses now and startups. I wonder if you can kind of talk about how just the biggest barriers that small businesses face especially when it comes to recruiting and retaining top talent.
The pandemic obviously has been a big challenge. People had a pretty cushy first few months of existence if you consider that everybody was not working and getting paid. A lot of offices were getting the funding from the payroll protection program and paying their employees. Everybody thought this was a couple of month thing that became a year and a half, although the dental industry pretty much shut down early March of 2020 and then started resuming in May, June for most people. But immediately we noticed a lot of employees were balking, whether it was a question of safety or, I don't know, people where they got the money to live on, but people didn't seem anxious to come back to work even when their salaries were cut off. So a lot of challenges, especially in the areas of dental hygiene, dental assisting, and whatnot. I was fortunate enough to have packed up and sold my practice in 2013, but I was always I saw a lot of my competitors and a lot of my colleagues really fight with staffing issues. And it was a nightmare whenever someone did leave, when you had to remove someone or someone was moving or they got married and had a kid and decided not to work anymore. Training, changing employees was a nightmare. And I just decided it might be more expensive in the short run to pay more and offer benefit packages like pension plan, insurance coverage, vacation, sick, etc. Things that weren't common in the dental industry. But it allowed me to keep my office manager for 25 years, my hygienist for 15 years, assistants for 10 plus years. So I had very little staff turnover, and that's not the case today. People are transient, and the dental industry is also in a money crunch. The era when I started dentistry, where 75% of dental practices were owned by small business owner type dentists like myself has changed now to where corporate dentistry owns a lot of dentistry. So corporate dentistry is always looking for efficient ways to run the business, and staffing is, they can't afford to be as generous as I was with staff. So it's a challenge.
And that's definitely been a challenge with, I mean, especially big tech companies. Ahmed, you've talked a lot about how these big tech layoffs that we're seeing right now have been really helpful for startups, and I know that's been the case in Austin too. How has that like translated for you in your startup field? Are you able to, I guess, recruit like these big tech
so this has been for startups, this is actually a great time to build a company. I know that's there's been a lot of things happening with the SVB thing yesterday. I'm sure that's fresh on everybody's minds. But I've never been this excited to be building a startup. Things were really frothy, to be honest, in the last few years. Even in Silicon Valley and other places, things were frothy. But now, if you're building something really serious, you can now attract talent from the places like Google. And of course, we wouldn't steal from Facebook. No, but honestly, like folks who wouldn't consider a small startup like Yobi before are joining us, and it's been incredible to get extraordinary talent. We have been able to actually recruit some amazing people from Google, from Salesforce, and others that have pioneered artificial intelligence, have taken many products to market, folks I would not dream of.
Right, and how do you differentiate yourself? I mean, and I guess, do you have any tips for Austin startups when they're trying to take big tech talent that's being laid off?
So I think you have to be with the times, and you also have to be quick on your feet. In our case, we are pretty agnostic about whether you work from the office or what does work look like. So we have hacker houses in Miami, in LA, and probably soon in Austin. So if we find great talent, we'll bring the hackers out together, and we'll get our laptops out, and we will hack social media style and build the next greatest AI company in the world out of this new paradigm of sort of working from home and working from your work home.
Right, and I think my other, I guess, a concern for Austinites right now is that we're growing too rapidly. The tech industry is booming and causing a lot of issues with affordability, housing. I'm not asking you to solve those problems for us right now, but I wonder if seeing what you're seeing in the Bay Area, if you have any advice for founders, especially when it comes to diversity or just being a part of your community and kind of helping, at least alleviating some of those issues in a city.
You might regret asking me that question because this answer is going to be long. So one of the things that I really want to lean into is, take philosophy seriously, take thinking deeply seriously. As a tech geek, working on AI, working on fun technology is really awesome. And many of us never really thought through what the impact of that would be. And that's something I've been thinking through very deeply about. What does it mean to live a meaningful life? What is my legacy going to be? What is our legacy going to be? And oftentimes I see a lot of tech CEOs vilified. They're not bad people. It's just that sometimes we were just like, oh, I'm just a little random hacker working away on my startup. Oh, it's really cool that we got featured on TechCrunch or we got this. But now being here today, we can look at second order effects and third order effects and go, hey, I never thought that this would perpetuate homelessness. And sure, it's really nice getting very wealthy, but I see a lot of folks who actually made money in tech get into philanthropy and get into try to figure out how to solve problems. And I wish more people understood that those folks who are getting into philanthropy, they genuinely want to help. Maybe they didn't think about what would happen, and they're trying to do the best that they can. So I'm leaning into the better angels of our nature, especially as we start working on things like synthetic agents, right? So as we start working on synthetic agents, I would love for everybody to have their own synthetic clone. And that synthetic clone being on the blockchain that can go work for you. So it frees up time. And it just fundamentally changes how we do work. But instead of me getting all of the money, which I don't mind, I do want some of your money, but instead of just me getting all of your money, it should be spread out to all of us so that we grow the economic pie. So instead of having crazy disparities, like a few people having everything and others having nothing, as a technologist, I possibly get to dictate what happens in the future. And it's important for me to understand finance. So I've been reading up on finance, talking to my fellow geeks about finance, about Seneca, and about philosophy, because all of those things are really important to the future that we get to build.
Dr. Zuckerberg, you have anything to weigh in there?
Well, I'm obviously keenly interested in what Ahmed's doing, but I always kind of, even though a lot of what he's doing is more global, I kind of localize it again, and it's probably a pain in the butt sometimes because he knows the question's coming from me. How does this fit into a dental practice? It's kind of like my world is different than the global world kind of thing.
What are you thinking when he's telling you about these synthetic?
Well, it's all really cool, and obviously, we've looked together at a widget that I have on my website where a patient can, it's kind of like a 24/7 answering machine, modern day version, where they can actually chat with a live person that's there. But that's like such a waste of, somebody's got to be up all the time. A company's employing people that are monitoring multiple websites and actually answering questions and triaging who really needs to see a dentist in the middle of the night, or can this wait till tomorrow or the weekend or whatnot. And some of the tasks that Ahmed and I have been talking about that can be sort of automated or replaced by a clone of a person, or a SIN in this case, will really revolutionize care all around.
Yeah, we were just talking about it. Dr. Z, back in the 80s, had a phone in his bedroom, turned down very low, so if he was awake, he could hear it. And somebody called him in the middle of the night that had a dental emergency. And when he answered, they were like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you answered." And I know that Dr. Z would love to give that kind of service, right? And I have a lot of friends who are dentists who really want to take care of their customers, who really want to provide that level of service. But right now they can't. And we see a world where they can actually pick up the phone, talk you through, right? And to a small business, you can imagine, to an entrepreneur who's fast on his feet or her feet, can start taking advantage of this technology to augment themselves in ways where the future of business just looks very different.
And totally fine if this is a tough question to answer for you because we're talking about Austin and you don't live here, but have you thought at all about how Austin's AI scene has played a role and just kind of like that greater picture? Is Austin, I wonder if Austin is keeping up, I guess, with Silicon Valley.
Shout out to Jasper. Jasper raised 100 million plus, and they're one of the first pioneering AI companies based out of right here in Austin. Yeah. So we're keeping up. Not only keeping up, I think that's where you see Austin not just keeping up, but leading. And what's been really exciting about the AI revolution is it's coming from all over. Stable Diffusion, Stability AI. Imad Mushtaq is from London. So it's not just coming from the Bay Area. Yes, you have a huge concentration of AI talent there, but with the proliferation of artificial intelligence and with the rise of open source as I'm seeing it, I'm really excited because I think this will empower communities all around the world. And I see a very bright future for Austin and other cities that have a lot of geeks. If you're weird, if you're artistic, if you're creative, I think you have an unfair advantage in this future.
My last question for you both is, we've talked a lot about how now the geeks are in Austin. You love Austin. Why aren't you living here yet? Why haven't you brought your company to Austin?
Okay, so I love Los Gatos. It's really nice. But like I said, I said it in the very beginning, like I'm a little bit weird. So who says I don't live in Austin? Thanks to Airbnb, I live almost everywhere. If you follow me on social media, at least like the real posts. Oh, wait. I mean, yes, they're all real posts, not written by my synth. But the ones with pictures in it and videos in it, you'll notice that I'm in Spain, I'm in Florida, I'm in different places, and we have team members all around the world. And I think that's the new way to work, is if you like a city, if you have family close by, in a future that you want to optimize for happiness, you know, if I want to build a very successful company, I want to be in all of those places. Yeah. So I look forward to spending more time in Austin as we recruit more AI talent. Holla.
Yeah. Great. Well, thank you both. I really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can get you guys seated. You're just laughing at me. It's really insulting. It's okay, you're fine. I was trying to get everybody seated. That's all. I'm not making fun of you. Don't get me in trouble. I'm not. Look, it's hot here. Everybody's drinking. Whatchamacallit. This is a mother-daughter troupe, and Ruben, and who else do we have here? Me and Jeff. Hop up here. All right, let's go, guys. The art of storytelling.
Let me give you that one. All right. Wow. I'm so glad it's starting to cool down in here, huh? Man, it was a little bit warm earlier. I have a couple really special guests here that have really grown incredible businesses using the art of storytelling. So it's no surprise that we have a mother-daughter duo here, Elena and Alyssa. And we also have Ruben over here from Triple Nickel. I love the branding, by the way.
Thank you.
It's really good. So we're going to talk a little bit about how we're leveraging the art of storytelling in business. And congratulations on the youngest speaker that we've ever had here.
Thank you so much.
And how old are you?
I'm 19.
19 years old, guys. This is it. So
It's an honor.
Let's start. I'm going to pass it over to you, okay? Because I'm very intrigued how a 19-year-old is using storytelling in her business.
Right. So I started my business when I was 8 years old. It's called Holy Art. And my older sister and I started our company when we were little. It's based on whole values in art and really bringing meaning to art. And so storytelling has always been a part of our journey because we want to inspire kids and teens to be their best selves and to love themselves. And we've only grown into that mission as we've gotten older. And so now my older sister is in publishing and I'm going into filmmaking. And we're really excited to see how that goes.
I don't know about you guys, but I just had a math moment. And I was like, hold on a second. She's 19 years old, but she has like almost 12 years of experience. I'm assuming that you didn't just start out of the blue. I'm sure, Mom, you probably started even earlier than that. That's kind of mind-blowing. This is wild. So how did this start? Like, did she start showing some signs of like, wow, she's a really good storyteller? Or was she learning from you? Because I know you're quite the storyteller.
Thank you. Well, you know, it all started when she was 1 and her sister was 2, and I was living in a very dark moment of my life. We were experiencing homelessness together, which I can attest that it wasn't an easy moment. And in that dark moment, I decided that because I felt so alone, I wanted to touch other moms. I wanted to use the power of my story to inspire other moms to know that they're not alone, that we all go through those moments. And so I started my blog, The Positive Mom, and they've grown up with storytelling. And when Alyssa was about 6 years old, she says, I want to start a YouTube channel. And I said, great, because when we need to consume media, and I know a lot of parents are afraid of media, but I was not afraid of media. I said, you need to be 80% creator and 20% consumer. And so with that agreement, we started her channel. She started a blog, and at that time, can I say that? Mm-hmm. It was called the Princess Blog.
The Princess Blog. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. And so she's a very creative, very talented girl. And I think as parents and as mothers, because I talk to moms all the time, it's not so much training or inspiring our kids, it's actually getting out of their way, because they already have so much to share. They already have so much creativity, so much inspiration. And so just letting the fear, because there is fear. I'm not going to say I wasn't scared, okay? But not letting the fear stop us from letting them shine their light.
Wow. And Ruben, I know you are a content creation machine. How are you using storytelling in your business?
Good question. So here's the dilemma. If you're Ruben Ayala or you're Chris McPhee or you're one of my business partners, storytelling is so important because if you have an idea to want to create a relevant fashion apparel line in a very crowded marketplace, how do you do that when you have no money, in the middle of a pandemic, and you have zero experience in creating clothing? You just don't do that. And the way that you do that is through storytelling, because you have to compel people to want to buy into the product that you're selling. So when we created the company, the idea was, what is it that we all have in common? What is it that binds everybody together? And those common elements were, for us, we all served in the military, so we're going to tell those stories because the past 20 years, this is what we've been doing. We all love hip-hop music. Hip-hop rules the world next to reggaeton.
Yes.
And
reggaeton.
You know, just right down the street, they have the hip-hop museum full of graffiti. And that is a language that people can communicate in and can understand. And we love streetwear culture. So we took all of those elements and we created Triple Nickel and made sure that storytelling was interwoven through that, so that when we speak to people, it resonates with them and say, okay, I think I can give you guys a shot.
So we're going to switch gears a little bit. Actually, we're going to go a little deeper into that topic. So as far as using storytelling, I want to make sure this is very tactical for people so that we can give them some advice on what you've learned, your lived experiences, and how they can apply that to their business. So I think I want to start back to you, who 19 years old. Okay. Alyssa, it's mind-blowing to me. So now how do you rate success? Is it subscribers? Is it engagement? Is it revenue? Like, how do you measure success in your business?
My biggest measure of success is really who you're reaching. I could care less about how many likes or views I get, as long as I know that I'm making an impact. And so usually I measure that by people who actually reach out to me and tell me how my work is impacting their lives. After I gave my TEDx talk last week, for example, a lot of people came up to me and were talking to me about how much they related to how I felt when I was littler, not seeing myself on the screen, and the impact that has on you when you're little, and how that goes into how you develop as you grow. So it's really impactful to me to be able to see how I'm touching people's lives.
And how important do you think that storytelling plays into your own personal brand? Is that something that you strategize? Do you think about that? Is that a low priority, high priority? How do you see storytelling in your own personal brand?
It's really important. I think the stories that I tell are the most important thing about my company and who I am as a person, really. And I think very carefully about the words that I'm putting out into the world and how I want to be known, and really using my voice as a catalyst for positive change. There are so many things that are going on, so much chaos, so many controversial issues, and I really feel that it's my responsibility to speak up, especially as one of the younger people in my generation, to make that change.
Wow, what a strong young woman you've raised. That's incredible.
Thank you.
That's really incredible and inspirational. I think about my own son who's 10 years old, and he's actually told me that he wants to start a YouTube channel, and I swatted him down. And now I'm starting to rethink here, and I love this 80-20 rule. So I might have to connect with you afterwards to see how I can make that successful, maybe set some boundaries. We'll come back to that later. This isn't a parenting talk, but I'm greedy, so I'll hit you up after that.
Absolutely.
So let's talk about mediums, because you obviously are crushing it, doing some really incredible things with your brand. So what have you found to be the most successful formats for storytelling?
I think for us, the most successful formats when we first started were Facebook and Instagram. Because if you look at me, I'm graying, and I'm getting a little older in the tooth. Okay, so I'm not 19 anymore. So our core audience that really resonated.
You're
with
a boomer
us,
like me.
That's what my kids call me, man. It's boomer.
Hey, I got some gray too.
But that's where our audience was. And when we sat down after our first year of being in business, we wanted to reach a younger demographic. So TikTok was where we found a lot of that. And going into places that we weren't comfortable with and making ourselves uncomfortable is really where we started resonating with that demographic. So I think as a business owner, to just get back to the question, is you really have to understand who you're going after, understand where they're living, and find out how you can live there, even if it makes you uncomfortable. And that's given us a lot of success.
I'd like to go back to our young gun over here because TikTok is pretty hot right now. A matter of fact, I had a couple stats that I'll have to go through and bring up on my phone a little bit later. But from what I heard is that TikTok is the largest video platform, period, right now. And it's growing. The user base is going crazy. And what I thought is very interesting is because I didn't even know what TikTok was until my, at the time, I think she was 10 or 11 years old, niece asked me to come and do a TikTok dance with her. And I'm not a dancer, I'll tell you that. But when I learned about it, I only made an account because of her. And I was blown away to find that now it's attracting an older audience. It's attracting more of us. It's attracting the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, even the 50s. You see a lot of things coming up, especially for you. Yeah. I mean, the mom section is mind-bogglingly large. So how are you guys using, maybe I'll go to mom here. How are you using LinkedIn or TikTok versus like LinkedIn or versus like Facebook? Do you do different content for each? Or are you like repurposing things? Like let's move into the repurposing. Like how does it look like to do TikTok versus LinkedIn? Is it different audiences, is it different platforms? Like what does it look like?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when I help people create a content strategy, the first thing that you have to go with is who are you reaching in that platform and what are they used to consuming. So when you think about LinkedIn, the content that you consume there is really professional, sober, inspirational, and entertaining, but really casual. When you go to TikTok, it's more about authenticity and showing up as your full self. And so I think that when you go into repurposing, you gotta know tactically and strategically, how can I repurpose this in a way that fits the platform? So you can repurpose a lot of things. And actually, you can create one piece of content and make 50 pieces of content with that. But I think that let's say that you make a long form video, you're gonna have those splices that are gonna be good for TikTok, but then those steps that are very tactical that you can share on LinkedIn, and then that story that maybe is more for Facebook. So you create a long piece, long form content, and same with your blog, right, with your story. And some you can repurpose as images, some of it can be repurposed as video. Some of it you can strip the audio and put out a podcast. So you just gotta know where it's going and who's there and how they expect to interact with you.
That's so good. And now hopefully you guys out here in the audience are gonna get some good stuff here, because what I've found too is that storytelling is way different on every platform. Like you got 15 seconds on TikTok, maybe 30 seconds if you can really capture their attention with a good story. Now they've opened it up to 3 minutes, and then now they have 10 minutes. But I've never watched a 10-minute TikTok. I don't know. I've never watched a 10-minute TikTok. So what do you start with? Like for you, I'd love to hear how you're approaching the situation. Like where do you think you're getting the most reach right now? Would you say it's TikTok? What platform?
Probably Instagram at the moment. A lot of my audience is already there, and it's great for video. TikTok is also amazing for video content. And I really think that video is the best content right now for any business to use. And I think it's really important that when you use video, you also have captions, because it's accessible. Nobody's going to be watching a TikTok video in public with the sound on. So it's really important to have those captions. But yes, Instagram and TikTok are really where the video content is at, and that's where I'm getting my reach.
Wow. I mean, I think that's a really huge nugget right there, because actually from what I found in the data, I did a little research before this panel. I wanted to look smart, okay? I know I got some growing to do to get to your level. But I learned that 70% of Facebook videos were watched with the sound off. And I was mind blown at that stat.
Mm-hmm.
That was a Facebook released that stat, and I was so confused. And then it made me realize, wow, I mean, that's why captions are so important. Because everybody who's watching these videos, if you don't have captions, you're missing out on an audience that's watching you at work. They don't want anyone to see you, right? Maybe they're in the bathroom. They don't want to wake up the kids.
The baby's
School.
Right? They're at school messing around, especially TikTok. I bet you a lot of those videos are watched with the sound off.
Oh yeah.
So how are you implementing on your video platform? Are you using captions? And do you have a different strategy? I'd like to do a roundtable on this. I'll start with you, Ruben.
Yeah.
But how are you using short form content, right, for video, short form video? Is there a format you've learned that works the best? Is it captions? Is it introduction, no introduction? Like, is it random stuff? Is it scripted? Like, I'd love to hear a little bit. I think everyone would like to hear, like, what's working best?
Yeah. So, perfect example. Before we came up, you were asking me, hey, I need to get mic'd up. And I'm mic'd up right now because this is something we're doing internal. So as soon as we're done here today, we're going to grab 15 to 30-second clips of this entire talk. And this is going to give us content for the next 30 days. And we're just going to drop this, and we're going to take the funny moments. We're going to drop them on TikTok. We're going to take the serious moments that have a learning value to it, and it's going to go to LinkedIn for our professional audience. So everything that you do when you're in business, if I'm in our warehouse and we're creating T-shirts, I'm always doing videos, and it'll be quick and punchy, and I'll put that with some dope music, and it'll go on an IG reel, and people are going to just go crazy over it. So everything is content.
Everything is content. That's the click the tweet button right there.
I love it.
Right? What about you guys? What do you find?
Well, when I think about storytelling online, and this goes for every platform, but especially for video, I think that people want something authentic. And I have 3 elements that I call the 3 Ps of storytelling. And number 1 is your pain. People want a struggle that they can relate to. Number 2 is the P is the purpose. They want something aspirational, something that, aligns with their goals, with their vision that they have for themselves. And the third one is really your purpose. So I said pain and purpose and your personality is that you're bringing your full self. If you're funny, you're funny. If you're serious, you're serious. If you have an ASMR voice like I do, then you bring that too. I'm very silly, and when I bring that silliness and I dress up in like a Disney character, or I do something fun because I'm not a regular mom, I'm a fun mom.
Fun mom. Those are the best moms.
Yes, exactly. So that's when really people start to engage. And another thing that I wanted to say is that there are 3 things when you're telling a story that really bring the story to life. And number 1 is bringing emotion. It has to be emotion because that's really how you connect with people. Is when you evoke those emotions and when you bring emotional contrast into the video. So you kind of take them on a journey with you. You know what I'm saying? And then also the second thing is when you bring the senses. When you really engage every sense that they have. And the last thing that I'm going to say is basically that you make a scene. You bring them there with you. And I have an example for you. So when we started talking, I told you that I started my blog and we were experiencing homelessness. Well, there are 2 ways to tell that story. I could tell you, my girls were 1 and 2. I became a single mom. I had experienced domestic violence, and then I became homeless. So that's really sad, right? Because nobody wants that. But I could also tell it this way. I could say, I was in a dark room. It was 2:00 in the morning. I'm laying on the ground in the fetal position. My cheek is touching the cold tile floor. And I'm tasting my tears, thinking, why am I even alive?
Wow. I mean, that was powerful. Talk about a difference. Yeah? Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
That touched me, and I could feel it. And probably for you guys, you could probably visualize what that scene looked like. That's incredible. I know. So, funny enough, I've gone viral a few times on TikTok.
Ew.
Yeah. So I had over 250 million views on one of my videos.
Okay, that deserves a clap, you guys.
Round of applause. Well, until you hear about what it was.
Uh-oh.
So what ended up happening was I am a huge gaming fanatic. Anybody who looks me up is going to know I'm a huge gamer. And I'm that kind of gamer who spends like $13,000 on a gaming rig. And I actually have the most viral gaming rig in existence. Wow. And the video has gone viral. And you guys will notice I'm swagged out with my Savage Marketer swag, right? So I actually custom ordered this zero gravity gaming rig that has my Savage Marketer logos all over the place.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
And when I posted my very first video on TikTok, it did not go viral. And matter of fact, somebody hated on me and said, imagine spending $10,000 on a gaming rig and still being bad.
Oh my gosh.
And you know what I did is I did a reply comment. How do you guys feel about replying in a video comment to things? Have you
Literally
seen
the
those?
best way
The
to
best,
get
right?
people
Gotta
because
do
they
it.
love that drama. They're
And-
like, ooh, you replied.
and
Let me
he-
click on that.
See, this is why you guys need to hire her. If you are looking at getting your amp up on social media, I know you probably don't even offer this, but this is
I could offer it.
I need. There you go. I need some of that youthful energy in my business because I'm a boomer. All right. And by the way, when I went viral, I got lots of those. But what's really interesting is I did a video response, and I have a video editing team. I have a $6,500 C100 camera. I've got all these things and videos that went viral. It was a video of me hitting the video reply button to a troll who told me basically I was bad and wasted money on a chair. And it was literally me pressing my recline zero gravity button and letting my chair go back. And I didn't do anything.
I love it.
All I was doing was going back.
That sounds like viral content right there.
And guess what? I made the most viral video and viral hashtag of September of last year.
Wow.
It was adult money. And there was this funny video. Okay, here's the best part about storytelling. You can steal other people's stories and make them your own on TikTok. And that matter of fact, that's how that platform grew up and went viral.
Borrow.
Exactly. Model.
Repurpose.
Repurpose. Stitch, right?
Yes.
So what I did was there was this funny video that I couldn't get out of my head. And it was this guy, and I'm going to use, no, I will not use the language, but I'll do a substitution. And it's basically a guy walking down his hallway, and all you do is see his feet. And he says, living on your own and stuff is cool, but now that I'm an adult, I have adult money, which means I can buy whatever I want, which means I end up buying like this. And he lifts open his phone, and it shows a shower curtain of a dinosaur riding a unicycle that above it says the word beaches. All right? But the bad word of beaches. Yeah. And I was like, this is so funny. And I used that audio. So there I am just reclining in my chair. And just so you guys can have visualization, it literally has a 49-inch screen. Like I have this crazy chair. And all I'm doing is reclining back while it says on video, well, now that I have this money, I buy ridiculous things like this. And I've never experienced virality before. And when that went viral, my phone, I literally had to just put it away. Because there were so many notifications. It got 250 million views. Wow. And that one video got 19 million. But then what happened was TikTok's official gaming channel downloaded it and reposted it. Pubicity reposted it. Hoodvids reposted it.
Amazing.
And of course, I didn't care that they reposted it. Of course, they didn't. Some of them didn't even tag me, but I didn't care because I had my swag. Exactly. Everybody knew. Mm-hmm. So it got to that point. So I guess the moral of the story is that it's not always the content that you plan to go viral and make an impact.
That's a fact.
Sometimes it's the random video that you set up on your phone on a whack, not even makeshift tripod that captures a stupid moment and goes viral. So,
and I want to say about that you also make your plan of what happens when you go viral before you go viral.
I messed up.
You have a lot
Guys,
of time on your hands.
Let me tell you something. This is probably the best nugget that you've got out of this whole talk. You're never prepared when it happens. So if you guys are ready, this is what I would highly recommend, is that before you go viral, you just set everything up so that moment that you do go viral, you're ready. Because what happened was I completely wasted an opportunity because that game chair totally reached out to me and was like, oh my God, you're like the #1 affiliate for our gaming rig. And I didn't have my affiliate link set up.
Yeah.
And they had the best sales ever. They sold out of the gaming chair.
Wow.
Yeah, they actually felt bad that I didn't get referrals, and they sent me a free one. They sent me a second one for my son, which will be my next viral video.
Yes.
So, guys, thank you so much for joining me on the panel today. You guys are just a wealth of information.
Thank you.
You guys, if you have any questions, we're going to make sure we have all the links to all of their socials and website. You can check it out at gritdaily.com. Thank you guys so much for joining us, and I hope the rest of you guys have a great time at South by Southwest.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jay Schimpf of Authenticus. I got Andrew Antar and John Godfrey. Where is everybody? Andrew. Yeah, let's do that. Is that everybody? Is there one more person? I'll moderate the panel. That's good.
All set.
Just press record. That's all you have to do. All right. All right. Well, it's breaking down here, and all three of you. If you guys want to sit down, you can join us and enjoy it.
I also took the wrong mic.
Yeah, there we go. You want to sit? You gotta sit down. You gotta watch this. It's gonna be amazing.
This is the best panel of the day.
Future of pornography and cryptocurrency,
Yeah.
right?
Pornography.
It's gonna
Pornography
be
and
amazing.
crypto. All right. So our mission today is to talk about AI generate content, the future of AI, and what it means to work as a content creator, as a PR person, as a marketer, as a salesperson in a world where all AI has essentially eaten your jobs. Not my job, because I'm fine, but you guys are done. So why don't we talk about that?
Well, ChatGPT could eat your job too.
Eventually, yeah, but I'm a mess anyway.
I mean, until it can sit up here and do what you do right now, and all that beauty and love that you're projecting to the audience. I don't know, man.
So introduce yourselves and let's get to it.
Hi, I'm John Godfrey, founder and season residence at Beno Solutions.
I'm Andrew Antar, founder of Tune.fm.
I'm the least interesting. My name is Eric Valines. I do global communications for Anchor Innovations.
All right. So the primary question, I mean, it's generally everybody's thinking about this right now. What do we do when a lot of the creative arts, the creative aspects of our jobs are replaced by AI? Are we worried about this right now? And in your specific position, what do you think is going to happen in terms of in terms of your industries. So why don't you can start and go this way.
Sure. Well, I'll start off and say I'm not worried, right? Because I think it's really just going to force us to raise the bar. So some of those routinized things that maybe were lower quality, lower value, those are going to be able to be automated or taken care of with AI. And then I think it's going to raise the collective consciousness and force us all to become more creative, more interesting, and produce better and deeper content.
So it's funny they said that AI and all this like new tech will basically make like low skilled labor like obsolete, but really it's, and they're saying the most valuable thing will be like the creatives in the future, but it's the opposite that happened, that the AI is attacking the creatives first. And so like you don't really need to be a digital artist, you can just like come up with a prompt. And so now the real skill that is valuable to engineering, how do you talk to the AI in such a way that you get the most interesting results? Because there's a lot of ways to get like trash content from the AI. But I have a friend who's been doing the tinkering with this for the last few months, and he just won a competition for the coolest AI generated content. And it's some sort of like fashionable grandma or something that's like a really interesting image that he's like really good at this prompt engineering. You say all these things like 4K, this and that, vibrant colors, whatever. And it's sort of like a weird language of talking to the AI. So it's more about how do you tame the AI and how do you make it work for you. And so there's a creativity there, and I think that's what's really going to drive value.
Okay. Now, Eric, you're talking about it from a different standpoint. You're talking about it from almost a marketing standpoint, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're using it today. I think what you said earlier, it's like, I don't want to say low value or low things, but I mean, let's say that we're in the middle of a recall on a product, and there's a lot of different stakeholders and moving parts and communication that you're creating. You've sort of created the abstract already. And then you can feed it into the AI, let's say customer service. You've got 10,000 permutations of questions that are going to come in, and you can sort of engineer a response through AI. And I've actually found that really, really valuable and time consuming. You're talking about prompting, and unfortunately it's hard to say that sucks, write it better. So you have to learn how to, can you use less adverbs, or can you remove the second sentence, or so it is an art form. You're trying to train an AI that really is beyond your control because you're using someone else's AI. But I mean right now I find it very, very valuable as long as the abstract is created. I think as long as you know where you're going. We're at a stage right now where you still need editorial, you still need human intervention, you need empathy, and certain elements that AI doesn't have. But it's interesting to see, it feels like overnight, in really the last few months, we have a tool at our disposable, it is a disposable tool. We have a tool at our disposal that is immediately valuable if you use it the right way.
So my view on AI is it's basically like a flower. It's really pretty to bees, humans, other bugs, all this other like, it's really nice, but it's not implicitly beautiful. It hasn't built itself to be beautiful. How do we, as humans, look past that surface aspect of a model that can talk to us in a very, I guess, almost like a human way, and work with that and incorporate that into our experiences? How do we incorporate that into our businesses?
So look forward a little bit further. Right now, I think you as a writer are looking at something as sort of static. I write something and it's done. But imagine in the future, we still have chatbots, right? We have chatbots for customer service, but they're not powered by AI. They're barely even powered by algorithms. They're just very basic scripted responses. But if you were to go to an AI and you have a particular problem, you're asking questions, and that response becomes more and more personalized to your unique needs. And I think that's where, so right now we're looking at art, or or in my case, a customer service response, or, something very flat and it's not going to change. But I think that as we engineer the ability to communicate with people on a customer service level, I mean, have you ever read directions to an IKEA table? And it's the most confounding thing you've ever read in your life. And you're like, this, I mean, come on, this is ridiculous. I bet you $1 million I could put it into a chat, one of these AI things, and it could make it 1,000 times better. So there are a lot of practical, benign things that we can be using for right now. I think in the future, we can look at customer service and interaction. We can take companies that don't have the ability, a startup that doesn't have the ability to hire an outside firm to do customer service. They can have an AI do customer service and be on par instantly with a large giant company. And that's where things get exciting. And that's, I think, when we create parity and these become very valuable services.
So when ChatGPT became the fastest growing, most viral product ever, Google internally called like a code red. And they're like, oh shit, oh sorry. But basically, they had this moment where like, wait a second, our core business can be disrupted overnight, just like that, poof. When I put a prompt into ChatGPT,
search, right?
Yeah, search, yeah, I get a better, more valuable, more accurate response. I was looking up like, oh, what's a good multiple for this type of tech company? Put that into Google, I get a bunch of like nonsense, no good answer, and then I put it into ChatGPT and I have like this like perfectly constructed intellectual argument with like references, and I was like, I didn't need 100 answers, I needed one good one, you know. And so, but it's not just the text, it's all of media. So like when NFTs blew up, it was generative art, that like Bored Apes Yacht Club, that type of thing. And that's just like taking a bunch of slices of a photo and creating a bunch of different, you know, basically apes or whatever. But now with generative art, with DALL-E and Midjourney, like architecture firms are being disrupted. You know, you could do NFT projects with AI generated art. There's AI generated videos. They have this concept of AI dreaming, where the video just keeps creating new stuff, and it's like a very trippy thing. And then the most interesting thing, because I'm in the music business, is AI generated music. What's that going to look like in the future? And that with NFTs, and you know, so I think we're just, you know, scratching the surface as to what is going to happen, because it really touches every single industry. It's not just consumer, it's also business efficiency operations.
I mean, you talked about music. It's interesting because I'm old, and so, you know, electronica, I mean, I'm 54. Electronica precedes me even, but as electronic music started to come into vogue, musicians were whining about, oh, electronic music is going to take away music, but it didn't. Scribes, I'm sure, you know, were paranoid when the printing press came into establishment. So every generation, it's there, but there's still a human intervention. There's still a filter, right? Sorry, you were going to say.
Yeah, I just add, I agree with you. I think the boilerplate content stuff, that's where this can really shine and excel, bring people up on par. Your notion about customer service, I think, is really interesting, right? Like the extent to which we can start taking the data we have on customer journey and experience with us and maybe contextualizing that through AI, so then we can have a more relevant conversation via our AI programs with that customer, I think is a really interesting concept. Now, to be a little bit edgy here, since I'm the cyber guy, I do think the idea of data sovereignty in some of these programs is going to be important, and the extent to which we feed it our data and how much control and localization do we have over our own data in that program versus it being diffused out everywhere else. Because that's going to touch on things like you know, copyright or IP or plagiarism, and some of the challenges we've already seen early on with some of the ChatGPT style things.
That's where blockchain comes into it. I think the most interesting thing is the intersection of decentralized networks with AI and how those things will interoperate. And so when you have decentralized identity and protocols that can track like certain content, like lawyers are freaking out about AI because they're like, well, how are you attributing this content if you're just literally copying it from like 100 different sources, but in a way creating a derivative work? Like they're going nuts over this, and there's lawsuits all over. But I think that blockchain, Web3, and AI generative media is a really interesting intersection of how, you know, things might play
out. So
the
thinking is that I NFT my paragraph, and if AI uses that paragraph to build something else, I should be able to get a cut. So we've created sort of like a micro, I don't know, content system that works.
Yeah, so it's like having the stem of a song. For example, I can AI generate a beat, right, and then sell that as an NFT, and then, you know, use that, generate a new song based on that. and have the attribution and the payments all split automatically. And it's very complex to build a system to do that, but you can think about ways that that can manifest itself. It's interesting.
Are you looking to me?
No, if you want to add to that, you can.
I have nothing to add.
What does the... Yeah, you absolutely you have nothing to add to this. What does the world look like in 30 years from your standpoints, right? What does music look like? What does security look like? What does I guess hardware production look like? 30 years.
You're looking at me again.
I'm looking at you.
Okay,
Do it.
I listened to what you said. I'm going to say right now, because I think there are some things that are happening right now that are kind of interesting and disturbing at the same time. So let's take AI outside of the equation of creation, and let's look at AI in terms of research and development. So right now, today, we have the ability for AI to swarm essentially consumer comments, reviews, a variety of things, and to come back with, as you mentioned, a short list, very like one answer or two or three things, and say, hey, here is the most predominant issue people are having with X, or here is the biggest opportunity that we see with X. And R&D labs at major companies right now can take that information and very quickly start developing products or features that address those things. And that's incredible. They use the entire world, multiple languages. Look at every Yelp review or Amazon review online and be able to crawl that and analyze that information and come down with 2 to 3 bullet points. And that is happening right now. That's a great thing for the consumer because it means companies can create products that are more relevant to them. However, it does. You ponder, what does it mean to the entrepreneur or the independent inventor? And so, although I do think that the companies, by and large, are going to start thinking about mass consumer products, the inventor and the entrepreneur can still think about niche products and new ideas. It is something that we can't control. Cat's out of the bag. But it is something that we need to discuss. And then on the other side, we have to be clear that AI is already developing products that are better. I love to cook. I live a low-carb, high-fat lifestyle. But anyone that opens their refrigerator and realizes, oh my God, there's all this wilted salad and tomatoes that have gone bad, and I had the best intentions 2 weeks ago when I bought everything, and I didn't cook any of it. And I noticed that Samsung released an AI refrigerator at CES, and I was like, that is what I need, right? Because you're buying stuff, put it in the refrigerator, it's analyzing the contents, it's telling you, you bought some tomatoes like a week ago, they're going to go bad pretty soon. And so that's already a tangible, valuable way that AI can be integrated into a product. We create security systems that do facial recognition, but we take it a step further. It's true AI machine learning, not an algorithm, where it's looking at everyone that comes up to your door. It's looking at the mailman. It's looking at things. The whole purpose and all this information is going into the system so it will not bother you. Literally, all this power, all this technology is there so it will leave you alone. And then when someone comes up to your door that you don't recognize, then it will ping you. Or if it sees a car with a license plate that isn't yours, then it will ping you. So there are amazing things that are happening on the product side, but I do think we, similar to ID and all of that stuff, where's the consumer's voice here? All these reviews, all these things out there, and we can freely mine all this stuff and come up with great products. So two sides of a totally different coin, but a lot to unpack.
So 30 years from now, I think we'll probably have already passed artificial general intelligence, or basically the singularity. So that's a whole nother thing. But maybe 5 to 10 years from now, I think AI is going to move into a more personalized AI type of paradigm where you can get personalized content for exactly your taste. Like your taste in music, you can generate music that's exactly what you want to hear. Your aesthetic taste, you can generate content and post it that's exactly the kind of thing you want to see or look at. And also your writing style. You can basically have articles written as you. Like basically you could write an article and have it John Big style, And so the personalized AI of being able to analyze not just all the data on the internet and create this sort of general, like, you know, somebody that's a little bit of everyone, something that's more like you personally and your unique, you know, what you bring to the table, your unique spin on things. One way to use the prompts is say, write this in the style of X, and, you know, generate this art in the style of this artist, or write this ChatGPT thing in the style of this writer. And I think,
write this customer letter in the Lord Byron.
So yeah, writing it as a style of me, or write this music in the style of what I like, you know.
So I think the first thought is offense and defense, right? So from a cyber perspective, we're going to start to see more use of AI. We're going to see it used both in a defensive capacity. How do we protect our organizations, which is great, but we're going to see a shift too, right? The whole idea of hack back, if you will, that's kind of been lurking in the background a little bit, and the extent to which AI may automatically trigger on concepts like that. And so I think about this tit for tat, this back and forth that may start to occur with offense and defense. And then I think, too, about the early days of high-frequency trading in the financial markets, right? We had the flash crashes. We saw what can happen there. So I do think there's a piece there we really have to keep an eye on, and we got to figure out how do we architect that and continue to train it in a way that doesn't cause other problems. And then I think the idea of use of force continuum and where that fits into some of this offensive capability is really going to be a critical piece when we think about 30 years into the future. And to what extent will AI be able to make some of those decisions about use of force on its own, you know, through maybe an automated risk assessment, which hopefully we've got that right at that point as well. But those are the areas that I see on the horizon. We're already using AI for consuming and ingesting a bunch of logs and really helping our analysts with alert fatigue and everything else. That's just the tip of the iceberg. The extent to which we really say, let's turn it on full auto and let it do its thing, that's where we're headed, and I think there's some pieces we got to be worried about there.
So I think this goes into my next question. Somebody mentioned on stage earlier that the idea is we're not entering the fourth industrial revolution. We're entering the first almost intellectual revolution. Now, do we come out of this in a dystopia or a utopia? And there's a lot to be said for both possibilities. Like if your company knows that I really like, I don't know, coolers that can fly, you're going to make me a cooler that can fly, and you're going to make me a song that sounds exactly what I want, but then there's some songwriter somewhere who doesn't make any money out of that, and then I'm going to be hit constantly because I look like somebody else. There's all kinds of separation. Go for it.
We'll have two key points. I made this joke to you earlier. The sun will supernova at some point, so it's irrelevant. But I think beyond that, also being fair, I remember all the times I renegotiated with myself what old was. And I think that's what we're going to constantly be doing, is renegotiating. So we can freak out, but you know, the human mind is pretty elastic, and our societies are pretty elastic. And whatever we're complaining about now, we're going to look back at that technology. No, I don't think the world's going to implode. But I think for us right now, this technology is beginning. It doesn't fully exist.
Us on stage or us in the world?
Well, you and me and them. So we're going to be playing catch up, but a couple of generations down the road, it will be normal. And so it's maybe less up to us and more up to them.
Yeah, I think creativity will become commoditized in the way that like physical labor was commoditized in the Industrial Revolution. So people were afraid, all the physical labor like blacksmith or whatever will be replaced by these massive machines that are steam powered. And it turns out you need 100 people to operate these machines versus like, you know, and get a way bigger output than say 10 people doing it. So now it's going to be the creatives who are tinkering and operating the machine of pushing out 1,000 times more creativity than before, versus having less creativity or, you know, less need for creatives. So I think creatives will still have a role to play, but it's more about like, it's like when you're, you know, autopilot on a Tesla. Like you still are driving, you're operating the car, you're overseeing all this stuff happen. You have to be there, but it can't be there without you. Like, it's going to do most of the work. You still push the buttons. You still need a pilot to take off and land a plane, but 99% of it is autopilot as well. So it's going to be something more like that, but in the creative sphere of media production, whether it's text, audio, video, stuff like that.
I'll say dystopia if we build Skynet. If we don't build Skynet, then I think it's actually going to be utopia. And I think it's really going to force the collective consciousness to raise, right? It's going to force a bunch of things to raise with it. And I truly believe it'll be utopia. Well, to the extent that it will be. But, I think it's more positive than negative is ultimately what I'm trying to say.
What's it going to make, like my 14-year-old daughter, I bought her a record player and she loves it. Is it going to be a point where, like, man, this was written by an AI, but I sure love those days when people just write on chalkboards, and then those are going to become really popular again.
Like the wax seal on letters.
Yeah, retro is always cool.
What is Skynet? Define Skynet for us. Like, what is the dystopian version of all this stuff?
Well, I think it goes back to like that automated offensive and defensive capability concept I was talking about. If that's just set loose with no boundaries and no controls, and we're not training it, then I think that's where it's going to go off the rails, and we're going to see some really negative aspects of the technology. I don't think we're going to get there, right? Because it's still maturing, and we're still teaching and training it, and that's why I think it's going to be more positive than negative.
Okay, so what do people have to do to prepare for this? Obviously, Eric's old. It's going to be hard. But what do we have to do to prepare for a world where a lot of intellectual property is created almost automatically, and we have to control for that, and we also have to manage that? And what do we as humans have to prepare ourselves for at that point to continue feeling value implicitly? What's our value on Earth except for the creation of things of beauty? And if some robot can make, like, I don't know, some dude's face really nice automatically, what are we here for, right? So it's a little depressing, but why don't you start, John?
Interesting question. Well, I don't think it's quite that depressing. There's still going to be a need for humans, right? Humans aren't going to go away. Technology will probably become more diffuse in all parts of our life. What is our role to play, and how do we prepare? I think it's really about keeping an open mind. I think it's about becoming educated about how the technology works, and I think it's about continuing the conversation, right? We all need to participate in that conversation. We all need to shape how that's going to go, how that AI is going to work as we go forward. And, we have challenges right now with bias being implicit in a lot of AI. Well, we all have a part to play in trying to train and educate and shape that so that we can minimize the bias, so that we can make it the best possible technology that we can have. But it starts with each of us contributing, each of us keeping an open mind, and ultimately playing with the technology, right? Understand how it works, shape how that direction is going to go.
Yeah, I think we become more editors of things. Like the creative production aspect will be infinite. But essentially, we're still the inputs of all of the original data, and we're the ones choosing the outputs that matter to us. So we're still on both sides of the equation. But there's a lot of sort of processes and people in the middle that were replaced. But then you have more needs for choosing, say, if you generate 1,000 images, which of those images are the coolest? Only a human can determine what's the coolest or looks the best or is most relevant in this context, or and maybe the AI can get better and better at that. But at the end of the day, it's taking human input, and then the output needs to be analyzed by a human and edited by a human. So I think our role goes more on the periphery of both the input and analyzing the output.
How are you preparing folks?
We're at South by Southwest, so I think when we talk about creative, we're probably a little intoxicated by our own fumes. So I'm take it outside of creative and talk more about industrial. We're talking about the industrial revolution. If you're on a factory floor and you have an AI trying to create a safer work environment, for example, and there's a billion different variables, and an AI can come in and parse through that and create a place that's safer for people to work and be more efficient at the same time. I do think that it will or medicine or curing cancer or other things. I think we need to think beyond creative and art and all that stuff and think about over here, what are the practical use cases? Yes, art is important. It makes us feel good. John, you made, I think, an important point. I mean, what is living if just working? There has to be something else. But we also do need to work. And so the advantages, whether you're a stockbroker or you're working on a factory floor creating automobiles, you know, there are a lot of incredible opportunities for AI to come and make the world better, to live longer, to be happier, to fix my knees, to whatever. So I'm actually very positive and really excited to be at this moment right now. And I'm excited for my children who may be able to reap the benefits even more than me.
So I, for one, welcome our robotic overlords. Excellent. All right. Do we have any questions for these folks? We can just it's like highly philosophical. There you go.
What do you think about AI being kind of like UBI, universal basis intelligence? You know, like where it's just giving everyone kind of that uplift, and that's how positive, negative, just making it available.
So the idea of augmented intelligence versus AI, so.
I don't need to know how to write anymore.
Yeah.
Because I have ChatGPT, so it's kind of like democratizing what would normally take months or years to gain a skill set, but now I can access it thanks to AI.
Well, I think it's raising the common denominator, and so everyone sort of starts from a higher place. And then it's like, what do you do with that? You know, it's the human input to enhance that, make it better, and it's just a different value structure of like how different things will be valued in society more than others, and those levers will be pulled in different directions. And so I think we'll all be collectively smarter. Just the same way, like now everyone with Google in their pocket, you can look up any piece of information, right? So, but before, 20 years ago or whatever, when we didn't have iPhones plus Google, you actually had to remember things and know things and be smart, But now with Google, we all have this sort of general intelligence. It's just, that's a small version of what we're going to see with this sort of artificial intelligence being a common, accessible thing.
Well, and language translation apps, right? Like that's fantastic. I can't speak really very many languages, and that's been fantastic for me. But I think it's really going to drive specialization, right? More so than what we see today. A lot of talk is we're highly specialized now, but I think this is going to force even more specialization, and I think that's where we're going to see some really interesting creative and derivative work start to come out, right? So as we fuse and merge things that we didn't think to do before because of the greater need for specialization, that's where innovation and some really cool stuff is going to come out in the future.
I'm just going to sort of repeat something you said. My only answer would be removing bias. Because right now, when we say AI, it's a misnomer. It's maybe a series of algorithms. Or if it's machine learning, or it becomes something else later on. And if someone's creating algorithms, I mean, it's garbage in, garbage out, right? I mean, you could create the most racist algorithm imaginable, right? So to democratize something, it's going to have to be there are going to have to be multiple scenarios, multiple AIs, multiple things, self-checking. And same with Google. I grew up in a time where I was playing Moon Patrol on my Commodore 64. So, later on in life, you get Google and it's great, but we also know with social media and Google, we're getting a lot of useless information. We're getting information too fast that hasn't been peer-reviewed. We're making decisions based on a TikTok. And that's dangerous. I don't know how much more dangerous we're going to get 30 years from now. Like, if anything, I look positively as something parsing that information and being able to quickly fact check whether you're getting something that's bullshit or it's something that's been peer reviewed and studied. So I think right now we're in a dangerous time. If I look forward and there's an ability to parse all that information and make us feel more comfortable that what we're absorbing is in fact a fact and true, then I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I think AI really puts a magnifying glass on human nature. So it's all the good things and the bad things. Like Microsoft released a chatbot or thing that tweeted out like horrific things, and it was like a bunch of Nazi comments and racist things, and they had to turn it off because it was like, well, it's reading like angry people on Twitter, and then just regurgitating that type of nonsense. But then you have the good side of it, where it's like taking the best aspects of human nature and creativity. Like, say, I love following on Instagram the AI architecture feeds, because it's like they're creating new concepts for buildings that are even better than what Zaha Hadid could have come up with, you know? So it's like now we're all on the level playing field of being better than the best, because we've combined all the best aspects of creativity. We're like writing something, you know, an article that's like perfectly well written and like really good. It's like, okay, you've taken like 10 of the best writers in the world and they came up with a perfectly edited thing. So now we all are on a way higher level playing field. So there's the aspect of sort of taming the bad stuff and the bad aspects of human nature, and then sort of collecting and editing and aggregating the good stuff, you know, and trying to get the best, reap the benefits out of that.
Last word, John?
I agree, right? I mean, I've talked about raising the collective consciousness with it, and I think that's where we're headed.
Excellent. Thank you very much for joining us. This has been fun. Eric, Andrew, John, thank you.
Thanks.